So some people says number one, angular velocity. Basically, you are trying to look for how fast the angle is changing. So if you have, let's say, 500 RPM, what's RPM mean? Revolution per minute. Those of you guys are boys, you should know about cars. If you know about cars, or some girl might know about cars, but mostly girls are more interesting about, I want like a fast car, right? So because Emerson looked at me like that's a sexist. But the truth is boys love cars, some boys at least. Or now they can like Roblox too, but so if you talk about revolution per minute, it's just how many time it rotates. So if you like clock in the second hand, right? It's 1 revolution per minute. Why? Because 1 revolution take a whole minute. That's the second hand, right? But what if it's an hour hand? Well, hour hand's gonna be 1/12 a rotation every hours. So revolution per minute is how many times it rotates in a minute, right? You have to convert that, and so here a second. Let me get the quick timeout. So if you want to how fast the angle changing per minute, you can how much angle changing per hour, but let's just say we want to change angle per minute. So that's just say how many rotation on the first one? How many revolution per minute? 550. Okay. How come it's not reflecting? Let's try this again. There we go. All right, so 550 revolution per minute. Basically, you want to say 1 revolution, how much angle is? How much angle is changing 1 revolution? 1 revolution, how many angle is that? 2 pi, that's it. You can change it to 360 if you wanted to, because that'll be degrees. So it'll be 1100, right? 1100 pi per minute. And that's the angular velocity. That's how much angle is changing, because each revolution is 2 pi. Is that okay? Each revolution is 2 pi. But we have 550, so it'll be 550 times 2 pi. That's how much angular is changing. Do you need help with the linear velocity? Yes or no? Yes? Okay. So what is the tire length? 28. So it start with 28, right? So 28. So start with how many revolution per minute? It's 550 revolution per minute. Now this time, instead of I wanted 1 revolution is 2 pi, because that's angular velocity. So 1 revolution is equal to 2 pi. Well, this is diameter, or 28 is diameter. 28 is diameter. So it'll be, in this particular case, will be the circumference. So make sure you put a circumference here. But circumference is equal to what? D pi, right? C equal to D pi, right? So which is 28 pi. Which 28 pi what? Inches. Now you get to this moment. This is the hardest part, is just make sure that convert to the circumference. That's how much cover in length. Now you're going to want to make sure you convert it inches to minutes, 8 inches to feet, feet to miles. So 12 inches, because you want inches on the bottom, so inches can cancel out. equal to 1 feet. Is that okay? And then 5,280 feet per mile. Now the problem is this minutes. You want a 60 minutes over what? Hour. So then your minutes can cancel out, your feet can cancel out, mile can cancel out. Well, you have left mile per hour. What would it be? 550 times 28 pi times 60 all over 12 times 5,280. Now, on your calculator, you need to make sure you have a parenthesis right here. You take the whole sum and then take another sum and divide those two sum each other. Otherwise, if you divide it by 2 times 5,280, they think about divided by 2 times 5,280. So what would it end up to be? 44.85 mile per hour. And that's how you write it. Now, Jada, the problem is you should have asked this yesterday. You should have made sure you clear out everything and write down on your notes. You need to understand it. And you need to be able to look at your notes. If you don't understand it, you gotta ask me a question. Like I said, you are gonna ask a question until you understand it. You cannot just hide behind and says, "Oh, I think I understand it," and then when you go home, you have no clue. I don't know. I didn't use a calculator. 45 point something. Whatever. The work, the actual unit doesn't even matter. The work process is what you're supposed to do. It's called dimension analysis. Can cancel the feet to miles to hours to minutes. You learn this in chemistry. How many of you guys are learning this in chemistry right now? Are you learning it right now or no? You are learning it? Okay. Which teacher is it? Okay. All right, so next question. No more question, not even the log question on the bottom? Those are kind of hard, yes? What?
3.
What does 3 says?
F of x equals square root of x plus 7 between x equals -3.
Square root x plus 7 between where?
X equals -3 and x equals 29.
29, okay. So this is, you just had to plug in f of 29 minus f of -3 over 29 minus -3. So f of 29, that means I plug in 29 into the thing. So that will be square root 36. Square root 36 is what? 6 minus square root of 4 is what? 2 over 32. Right, 34, sorry. Then that's going to be 4 over 34. That's equal to 2 over 17. You need to know how to find the average rate of change. 32, I can multiply, sorry. 32. 32, then it's going to be 2 over 16, right? No, 4 over 16. No, 4 over 32. And that's 2 over 16, and that's 1 over 8. Is that okay? Next questions that, yes. Huh? What did you say? What is the question on that? I have no idea.
Log base 2, 3, equals log base 5,
X. Okay, so this question I went over. I went over, did you register? This is a question I actually went over the first day. So log 2, this subtracting each other, it should be dividing. So that should be 6, right? Oh no, it's 3. I can't multiply to get 8. Is equal to log 5 of x. What is log 2 of 8? That means 2 to the which power is 8? 3 equal to log 5 of x. Part. 5 to the 3 equal to x. X equal to 125.
Number 8.
What does A says?
Log base 5
Log base 5
square root of 125
square root 125
minus log base 2
square root 125 minus what?
log base 2
Log base 2
square root of 2.
square root 2. Really good question. This is a question from CLEP exam. CLEP exam is the college algebra entrance exam. So first thing, I'm going to say log 5 of 125 to the half power. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Minus log 2 of 2 to the 1/2 power. I'm going to put it in the front. Log 5 of 125 minus 1/2 of log 2 of 2. Now, 5 to the which power is 125? 3. So it'll be 3 over 2, right? Minus 2 to the which power is 2? 1. So the answer is beautiful, 1. Huh? 2A says what? Okay, area of sector. Again, you should have asked this yesterday if you don't understand. 2A, what's the question? Find area of sector if a central angle is what? 75?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the length is 10.
The length, the radius is 10, right? So if you want an area of sector, yeah. So area of sector, just have a seat over there. And, oh, yeah. So area of sector is gonna be this one's on SAT. They will give you like a central angle like this, and you have to figure out the best way to figure out. You know the area of sector is related to the area of a circle. What is the area of circle? Pi r squared times the percentage of the circle, right? This is the easiest way to think about percentage of circle. So what is percentage? Well, we know it's 75 slices of pizza out of 360 slices. So that's going to be this. Times pi times r. R is what? 10 squared. So it'll be 7,500 over 360 pi. You can simplify this. You can simplify it more. I don't really care. Now for arc length, instead of multiply by pi r squared, you multiply by what? Circumference. Then that's 75 times 360. That's equal to 75, 360 times 2 pi times 10. Now it's a simplification, so this is I have no idea. It's a 1500 over 360? I don't know. I think so. Pi. Guys, if you don't understand, ask at the moment. That's the best time to ask. This is the question we went over yesterday. Now, this one, I don't really blame her because this one we did at the end of the class. You didn't have time to ask me a question. That's fine. I can live with that. But the other question, we went through the details. We said, it's okay, you have to understand this. You have to understand it. Don't go in home and says, I don't understand it. Yes.
For B, are you looking for the radius then? Like, are you solving for radius?
No, B is, I write down the radius is 8. On the comment on the bottom, because I said, Neil says I cannot find the radius, but it's supposed to be radius. But the other one's kind of tricky. The other one is opened up like this, right? I forgot what this angle was. 80? But so it's actually, it's not 80 slices of pizza. It's actually 360 minus 80. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So 360, so it's 280 over 360. That was the percentage of this. Because I try to trick you, this is the part you're supposed to look for. Emerson look at me like, did I trick you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you gotta think what the question is. Yes. Yeah. Okay, next one. One more. Anybody got this question? The fourth root of 36 over square root of 6? Huh? It should be 1. Good. It should be, this one is 36 to the 1/4 over 6 to the 1/2, right? And this is 6 to the 2 times 1/2. Wait, 2. Is that a question? Feel like. Is that a question? I forgot the question.
There was 6 on the bottom.
Yeah.
Huh?
There was 6 on the bottom.
It was 6 on the bottom, just 6.
Yeah.
No, no.
No, radical 6.
Radical 6 is so 6 to 1/2.
You mean 6
Yeah.
to 1/4 on the top.
6 to what?
You put 6 squared to the 1/2. Can be 6 squared to the 1/4.
Oh yeah, 1/4. You're right. So that's why. Okay, so 6 to the 1/2 over there. So this bottom is 6 1/2. The top is gonna be 6 to the 1/2. The bottom is gonna be 6 to the 1/2. This is just exponential rule. That's 1. Okay, can we go on to the next topic? All right, next topic is SOHCAHTOA. Also, also, Austin, can you help me pass out this?
In the middle. Yeah. In the middle.
Oh, it's in the, all the way in the back. Okay, I'm gonna say this one more time. You're gonna have a test of this next week. Is it 0 or 100%? There is no anywhere in between. Unit circle, you have to make sure you understand every single thing, every single piece in a unit circle. Now, I know some teacher probably have teach you before. Does anybody have teach you before? Okay, I know Caroline, I teach you before, so that's okay. Now, I don't want you to go do this. I don't want you to go to YouTube or TikTok to look up special trick to memorize this. Please do not do that. I want you actually comprehend what is going on of each individual things. Please do not, I'm going to say that again. Please do not go to TikTok, YouTube, any social, whatever out there to look up what's a shortcut to memorize something. I want you to comprehend it 100%. Comprehension, it's very, very important. I want you to do it. Now, second thing is this. Your test, if you mess up one small part in here, it's 0, automatically 0. So that means you cannot mess up. Not only that, you only have 7 minutes to complete it. The first try is going to be 7 minutes. Second, you're going to say, wow, this is harsh. Well, just wait for a minute. You're allowed to retake it. But the second time retake it is going to be 6 minutes. Each time it's going to reduce 1 minute. The smartest people is always try to do it in 7 minutes. I have people go all the way down to 3 minutes. And that's going to be crunch. So it's putting pressure that you have to understand it and comprehend it. Because you understand and comprehend it, everything's going to be automatic. I'm not able to do the specific parts, but I'm going to show you some understanding just for the radiance perspective today. Now, Ian says, I find a short way to memorize it. I don't really care. If you can memorize it, understand, comprehending, I happen to know Ian's a very spatial person. A lot of you guys are spatial person. That means you can look at things and you can see how it works, how the space work. You know, so for example, there's a ACT question looks like this. ACT question looks like this. Some people with spatial knowledge, this is all right angle. So, and some people cannot see it. Okay, so this is a 10 and this is 12. And they say find a perimeter of this. See, he's able to raise his hand really quickly. Some people are very spatial knowledge understanding very well. So Ian have no problem for you. Geometry is not going to be the hard part for you. The hard part for you is the algebra. And you have to be able to pay attention to algebra. But luckily, we're going to deal a lot more geometry from now on. So spatial person can, I'm trying to find a perimeter. How do you guys find a perimeter? You're going to say, there's a lot of missing length, right? This is a regular ACT question. How many of you actually got it besides Ian? Brendan? Annika, good. Austin, good. Neil? Safa, good. Who else? This is what I'm talking about, spatial. They understand distance in their mind. You still don't know what perimeter is? Perimeter is all the length outside. Okay, good. The answer is 44. It doesn't really matter. I can take this piece right here and this piece right here, put it right here and right here. It becomes a rectangle. And that's why I say it's spatial person. People with spatial knowledge, you can see things like this, and that's really understandable. Ian, I already told you, I'm gonna ask you to memorize it my way, but you can do whatever you want. Okay, so let's talk about this. Angles. I'm not gonna talk about the length inside because they are very, very crucial. So for you, I'm gonna break down two pieces because today is short period. I only have 15 minutes to explain everything, but degrees first. If you want to watch a video, I have a lot of video. I make like 6 videos about unit circles. So my video is something I want you to go to, not a TikTok, not this thing, 3-finger things. No, you don't understand if you're using 3-finger things to show things. Now, other things I don't really care. But Ian, I still need you to pay attention. The reason being is you understand that's 1, 2, 3. That's a pattern, but you don't understand where the length form. So, for example, I'm gonna tell you like there's actually a lot of geometry here that you actually gonna use on SAT. But right now we're not gonna deal with that. We're just gonna go through some basic parts. So for you, your object is the goal by end of the things. Make sure all your radian and degrees comprehending. Radian and degrees. Okay, so start with this is a 0 degree. Actually, I'm gonna use that as black. So start with this is 0. So this is 0 degree. Everybody makes sense, right? How about 3 whole circle is what? 360. So this is 360. Now learning how to divide is very important. Divide it in your head. I know you guys want to jump in and fill in. Just bear with me. It is, if you want a new one, it's all the way to the new one. Ian, if you already fill in, that one's in the back. Get a new one. I'm going to teach you how to fill in properly. This half a circle is going to be 180. Is that okay? We all know 90 degrees. So 90 is going to be on the top. On the bottom, it's going to be what? 270, because it's been 90 plus 180. Everything is very easy. Now, if you have different color pen, I want you to color code this. All those axes, I want you to be black. And if you have a different part, I will say, well, I'm gonna use different color. You can choose any color. I choose red in halfway between 0 to 90. What is the halfway? 45. Now, if you see that 45 is right between 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock. Think about this as a clock. It's right between that. It's actually 1:30. The hour hand's going to be at 1:30. That's 45. That's in between 90 and 0. Yes.
Why is the 0 on the right instead of the left?
Oh, 0 is always start with the x-axis on the right-hand side, positive x-axis.
Okay.
That's called initial side. That's a good question. Fine. Ask question. If you don't answer, ask away. The second part here. Now, I'm only going to do 45. Why I'm only focused on 45? Because they are all called something called reference angle. Ian, pay attention. I know you want to jump in and do it, but I'm going to talk about things that's really matter later on. It's a building block to later. There's something called the red part. It's going to be here. So now if you think about it, if I add this distance from here to here, that's 45. That's 45. If I've added 45 here, this is going to be what? 135. Good. So 135. And the 225. Right? I just add 45. Now this one's best to subtract from 360. That's easier to add 360 or 270. Doesn't matter. So it'll be 315, right? Now I'm going to say this again. Everybody need to pay attention. It doesn't matter 135. It doesn't matter 225. It doesn't matter 315. You all have a reference angle of 45. That's called reference angle. Reference angle is the distance to the closest x-axis. This is 45 degrees. This is 45 degrees. This is 45 degrees. I can ask you, what is the reference angle of 135? You're going to be, it's 45. That's called reference angle. I'm going to say that again. All this red one have the same reference angle. It's 45. Why? Because the angle from with the closest axis, that's called reference angle. Then reference angle has to be between 0 to 90. So this is 45, this is 45, this is 45. All the red part has the same reference angle. We're going to get through a lot of practice. Don't worry. Okay, so now I'm going to go to the next piece. The next piece, I want to go to this part. How much angle do you think this is?
30.
Why is that 30? Huh? It's 1/3 of 90. Some people are really good at spatial knowledge. They can see those things. That's 1/3. Think about this this is 12 o'clock. This is 1 o'clock. This is 2 o'clock. This is 3 o'clock. It's break up 3 sections. So this is 30. Is that okay? This is 30, and I'm going to use blue Can you tell me another one reference angle also give me 30? The reference angle is formed by the closest axis, x-axis. So 30 degree. Look at all the way to the other side, right here. 150. Because 150 have a reference angle of 30. Because this opening and this opening exactly the same. That's 30 degrees. That's 30 degrees. So you subtract 150, 180 from 30. So it's going to be 150. Is that okay? Emerson, what is this one?
Is it 210?
210. That's good. Good start. 210. And how about this one? Let's ask Emily. What's this one?
330.
330. Good. So guess what? All those blue ones have same reference angle because the opening exactly the same to the closest x-axis. I'm gonna say that again. Reference angle is the angle formed from the terminal side to the closest x-axis. So the closest axis is right here. This is open, is 30 degrees. So that's why all the blue one is important. Now, what's the other one? The other one is gonna be the, let me change another color. Let me change the green. What do you think this one is? This one's what? Y is 60. It's 2/3. Good job, Annika. It's 2/3 of 90. So that's going to be 60. So this one's going to be 60 here. Now, what is this one here? 120, good. And what is this one here? Huh?
240.
240. And what is this one here? 300. Okay. Don't, like I said, don't go watch a video. If you want to watch a video, I'm going to show you one of my videos. It will go through everything if you want to study ahead. But if you want an extra copy, it's in the back. You can bring 2 copies if you wanted to. Some people already know this. Caroline and Sam probably already know this. If you want to grab an extra piece, it's in the back. But please don't go up YouTube to look up how to do something. I'm trying to go through. Ian, I understand that you memorize it, and I understand that.
The way I memorize it, you have to know how it works.
No, but you don't know why it's 1/2. Why square root 3/2? Why square root 2/2? You don't know why that is. How do you know that? I will give you a video. Yeah, but sir, please listen to me. You don't know where the 1/2 come from. Why is square root 3/2? Why is square root 2/2? Do you know why? Why that is? Exactly. So let me teach you.
No, I mean, I don't fully understand what you're asking.
You understand why this is 1/2. You're absolutely right. But why that's 1/2? Lena, no. Yeah. I have a link. Please don't look up other people's link because I want you to look at things like this. I will send it to you. Don't worry.
And one more question. Over here, the angle over here, this part is 15, that part is 30, right? The part
What?
over here, 0 to the other, the second link, that's 30, angle 30, and then all the way from the second link to the third one, that's 15.
Yeah.
Right, you always do.
Mr. Yeah, can you drop my
What?
can I drop my machine over here and I can leave up first? Thank you.
So I put it out on my desk. I did the entire thing. I did the entire market. I didn't know what it would be.
How would you do it? How would you do it?
Usually I don't. I usually do it.
Are we going to the office?
Yeah.
Falling asleep in ground.
Because I know you guys use that's our teacher's perspective.
Oh yeah. Well, some of it. Most of it, you don't need to. Since you got worried about the against canvas, there's usually no way to match that. So. First.
One minute remaining.
It's like
What is?
ow! Oh, hey, like, I was like,
Alright, so we're gonna look at your test. Two things that we're gonna do is make sure you have them in color pen and the actual person that's thinking. You are grading other person's paper. Here's the training of what if you are a grader? What kind of point is supposed to give? What kind of grade is supposed to not give? You gotta be very harsh on a person. You are trying to help them. You are not trying to give them points because Lyndon's my best friend. No. It's because Lyndon's your best friend, you're gonna be harsh on him because that way they will learn from their mistake. The L is fine. The L is not a big deal. You guys gotta learn to pick L one day or another day. Sometime in your life, you're gonna take multiple L's. This class might be the first one. I really don't give a shit how many L you take. I only give a shit if you learn from your L. Got it? Okay. You look like you can handle Kevin Long.
Who?
Looking at his paper on the RPEG.
You can't read something out there.
What's the name? No,
Which do you like?
I didn't go.
Omar, where's Omar at?
Oh, it's so fun. No, sitting. He's coming.
Do you know what Omar? You're gonna grade Omar's paper. Adam's paper. Vanessa's paper. Amanda's paper. Have a nice handwriting on other person's paper. You can be ugly ass, but do not put a bad handwriting on Jaleesa's
Okay,
paper.
that's like crazy. Like you expect me to
Sophia. Look.
Let's see. And it is one for
He said he would have been to us as his friends.
Where's Omar?
Mine's pretty bad.
Okay.
Our handwriting's really good.
That's.
Kevin? Turn around. I don't give a shit who grade your pens.
Do you have an extra pen?
Huh? Do I have an extra pen? No. Can anybody let her borrow an extra pen?
You want a black one? Is that black pen?
All right, so you're gonna be very harsh on them if they do not. Hold on a second. Let me airdrop the first one. No, I'm not airdrop to you guys to answer. I still have one person I haven't taken it. Okay. So this is one of the question, right?
Yeah.
This is FTC questions, right? Okay, let me show you. Okay, don't grade it yet. Let me at least explain to you. You can ask me a question. I know a lot of you guys have multiple part questions, and I'm gonna get to that. Every single one of them. And you guys can help out each other. Says, hey, how does this work? G of 2, you should write down integration between 1 to 2 ft dt. And that's equal to -1/4. That will give you 1 check mark. You total have 9 check mark for each questions. If they don't have it, write down the right answer for them. So that way they know. Do you guys see why it's -1/4? Because from 1 to 2, that's a 1/4. And below x-axis, -1/4.
Wait, what part do you get the point for?
Huh?
What part do you get the point for?
Do you see that? Hold on a second. You got 2 check mark on this particular part. The first check mark is gonna be G of 2, and its integration from 1 to 2 of ft dt is equal to -1/4. And that's give you a first check mark. Second check mark is G of -2 from 1 to -2, and you change the boundary from -2 to 1 of ft dt. That's going to give you -3/2 minus pi/2, and that's going to be pi/2 minus 3/2. Now, some people did not change your boundary. I'm okay with that, as long as you write down one of the integrals, which is the integral from 1 to -2. That's going to give you a second check mark. If they don't have it, write down the right answer for them, so that way they know. Got it? Is Cindy coming? Okay, so the third part. G prime of x is equal to G prime of -3, or f of -3 is equal to 2, because that's the value. That's gonna give you the third check mark. See that? The 2 check mark on the first part and the 2 check mark on the second part. Uh-huh. For which part? The first one, you need to write down the integral from where to where. From 1 to 2, and that's gonna be -1/4. Huh? Wrong answer, just don't give him mark. Just give him check mark if they got it right. Just add up the check mark at the end. Yes.
If you didn't write the G prime of X, it was F of X, did you see what it's like?
The hell is going on outside? Are you late? You're gonna have to pick a different pen to grade it. Other questions? Oh, what?
If you have G prime of X on your paper equals to F, is that okay? For a check mark?
Yeah. Write down exact for them so that way they know. How's the problem? You can give them points.
What if they say G double prime of X equals F F prime of X? Is that fine as well?
Yeah, but you need to get a value. You need to get a 1.
They have just the value.
Honestly, I don't know, but do they have the right value? Okay, so next time you write something for them, write down on the side, make sure you write down this. You can give them points. As long as they have the right answer, I'm okay with that. But write down the right format. Look, right here, we're just trying to help you beat the system. Got it? So how many mark out of 4 check mark here? So either just put 1 check mark or 2 check mark. Do not put anything cross. Then that way you just have to tally how many check mark you have. Yep. See, they said on the side. Do you see it on the right hand side? It says 2 check mark. And what's each check mark entail? Does that make sense? Okay. C. The first check mark you should consider horizontal line is considered G prime of X equal to 0. By looking at that, if you write down that, you get 1 point. By write down G prime of X equal to 0, because they say, hey, horizontal tangent. Where's horizontal tangent happen? G prime of X equal to 0. So that's the first point. Where do they occur? They occur at X equal to -1 and X equal to 1. If you consider those 2 places, you're going to get second point. The last point is a justification. Why do they have a maximum? They have maximum because G prime of X changing sign from positive to negative, or F of X changing from positive to negative. G prime of X does not change in sign at X equal to 0. Therefore, there's neither relative maximum nor minimum. That is the third point. So again, the first point is G prime of X equal to 0. Second point is they consider -1 and 1. The third point is justification for each. Yes.
Would X equal 0 be a checkpoint or?
X equal to 0. Why would it be a check mark?
I'm not sure, just because it has the 0 value, but it has to be.
No, it has to be G prime or F of X equal to 0. Either say F of X equal to 0 or G prime of X. I usually write down G prime of X equal to F of X equal to 0. Then that's taking points off because they don't have it right. You have to buy both -1 and 1. Yes.
They can't use F prime of X. That'll be different.
No, that's wrong. Next one. You should have point inflection at x equal to -2, x equal to 0, x equal to 1, because g double prime of x equal to f prime of x. You can say g double prime of x changing sign or f prime of x changing sign at those value. You can say they're changing positive to negative, but you have to have the right order. So for example, at -2, it has to changing from positive to negative. At 0, you have to changing from negative to positive. At 1 has to be positive to negative. But the easiest way is just changing sign. They do not want you to write an essay. They just want you to write it in the specs that they want to get the maximum points. It's very easy to beat the system. You are learning how to beat the system. I'm trying to help you. I'm not trying to teach you calculus right now. Calculus is out the window right now. We just teach you how to pass the AP exam. It's stupid. I don't agree with it. This is not math, but hey, you just have to learn how to beat the system. That's why you want to penalize them, because right now we don't care about grade. If you got a 5 on AP exam, I have to change you to an A. Can I go to the next one? So write down how many mark out of 9. So 4 out of 9, 3 out of 9, whatever out of 9.
How many points is the last one?
It says on the left hand side. It's right hand side. It says the answer and explanation. Read. Sorry, I'm pretty
So if they
sassy
don't
today.
get all the inflection points, we count that as wrong.
Huh?
If they don't get all the inflection points, we count that as wrong, right?
Yeah, you have to get all the inflection point. Okay. The next one, I'm gonna send it to you here. I'm not gonna send it. I'm gonna just put it on it. Don't take a picture because I have people that have not take it. So done. So I'm gonna airdrop to myself. Okay, so the next question I'm gonna go through here. Okay, so this is the part. So this is only the beginning part. I'm gonna finish the rest of the part. This is the velocity question. This is hopefully you get all the points here because this is the most calculate intense questions.
That's not
Huh?
it's not a touch function.
Yeah, no.
That's the one you asked. That's the homework we got.
That's a homework you got? Okay, let me see what else is here. Okay, so hold on a second. Why do they always check this hallway to do? Huh?
No, they have a wide range of people to choose from in this hallway, because it always smells like weed.
Always smell like weed?
It should be hard to tell.
Okay, so I can't find it right now, but I'm gonna go to the worst question, which is the escalator question. Huh? You should not look it up. But that's okay. I respect that. All right, so I'm gonna show you the escalator question. Okay, so this is the escalator question. The first part you should get right down. I think the first 2 points very easy to get. I think everybody got that. 0 to 300 R of t dt is equal to 270. That is 1 point only. According to the model, you have to answer the question. Some of you guys didn't answer the question. There are 270 people enter the line during 0 to 300. That's the second point. Did you answer the questions? That's the thing. You guys have to answer the question. The question's there for you to ask you the question. So you guys have to understand how to answer the questions. The second questions, you should get 2 points on the first check. First part. Second part is B. 20 plus 0 to 300, because 20 is the initial amount. Between 0 to 300 RT minus 0.7 dt. That should end up to be 80.
Mr. If they consider the rate out, that's good. That's fine, right?
Yeah.
As long as they consider.
So let's just say they forgot a 20.
Yeah.
If they forgot a 20, they got 1 point. If they got the 20 plus that, they got a second point. C, you don't even need to do math. I mean, some simple math. It's going to be 300 plus 80 divided by 0.7, because after 300 seconds, right, you got 80 people there. And then the rate out is 0.7, so you divide it by 0.7. Now this question, I don't really like it, but yeah, it's 1 point. It is what it is. Does that make sense? Huh? Okay. Do you remember that part B, you got 80 people? But after that, there was nobody coming in the escalator anymore, because according to the question, after 300, there was 0. There was nobody coming in. So there was only rate out. So 0.7 per second. So it'll be 80 divided by 0.7. That's going to give you 114.286. Now, you're going to have to add the original 300 seconds, because it takes 300 seconds. And then no people in the line.
It's just how do you ask? Why do you add 300?
Because 300 is at the very beginning. It takes 300 seconds to get to 80 people. And then after that, it's completely just rate out. 0.7. Okay, so that's the 1 point. Now, last part. Look at here on the side. Look at the scoring rubric. If you consider R of t minus 0.7 is equal to 0, then you would get T1 is equal to 33.01 and T2 is equal to 166.574. If you consider that, you get 1 point. If you identify T at 33.13 is your candidate, then that's going to be a second point. Your answer is going to be a third point. The justification is the table. The table is a justification. With no table, there's no points there. But if you have the answer, it takes 33.03. There were 4 people in the line. If you can say 3.8 people, they're not going to take points off, because people should be rounding. You don't have 3.8 person. Yes.
T1 to 3.8 again? Was that just,
Well,
like, how do we go from T1 like 33.0 to 3.8?
you have to do the integral. You have to use a calculator to do integral. It's going to be 0 to 33.13 of integral of that. You can use a calculator right now. Try it. Actually, that's going to give you that point. Okay, so you're going to get that point for that.
When I graph this on my calculator, it's pretty large.
Try to graph it again. Try to have other people graph it. Now is the time to go over it. Try to get a calculator out and try to graph it. Some people they get straight line. Why they get straight line? Sit over there in the back. Yep, face that way. Okay, so get a calculator out and help out each other. Meanwhile, let me find the questions.
I got the board as well. Like that, like I was
Okay, I found it. Okay, add up all the point they have so far because the last one is hopefully you get all the points here.
How many points altogether is this one?
There's everybody, every question is 9 except the last one.
It's 9.
Oh, yeah.
I will show you the answer again. Okay, so the answer for D right here. The answer is the number of people in the line minimum at 33.013.
What's the justification the writing down?
Justification is a table. I already say that 50 times. Table, table, table. Huh?
Oh, no, sorry.
What?
I'm still trying to figure out.
Okay. Let me help with the graph. You had to change it to 0 to 300. The window had to change to 0 to 300. Try to graph it. If you have problem right now, try to graph it. 0 to 300. Change it to x min to 0, x max to 300. Okay, here's the last questions.
Yes.
Here's the last question. Tally all the mark right now, and
Total or just that page?
I'm gonna go to the last page. Okay, so this part here. If you just write down absolute value v of t equal to 2, they will give you a point. And if you find the answer of those 2 points, 3.128 and 3.473, they will give you a second points. Easy point all day long. But you have to use absolute value though, because of speed.
If they didn't put the V of T, they just put 2, they don't get the point, do they?
What do you say?
If they didn't put like absolute value V of T equals 2, but they just put speed equals 2, they wouldn't get the point.
Speed equal to 2. Do they get an answer?
They like they got the equals 2 and they got the other point, they just put
They got 3.128
yeah,
and 3.473.
they did not put that.
Okay, so you give them one. I mean, we can be like half, and so 1 point out of 2. But usually they will be very harsh. They will give you 0. Oh no, you cannot give them points. The reason why is that they didn't have to do absolute value V of t. They do regular V of t. That's why they only find one intersection. So that's 0 point. So write down the right answer for them. Okay, S of t is equal to 10 plus 0 to t v of x dx. If you have that part, they will give you 1 point. If you got negative 9.207, they will give you another point. Now, if you don't write down, just write down negative 9.207. Sorry, Lyndon, I cannot give you any points. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Write stuff down. You have to tell the people, say, what did you do? And you don't have to say much. You just have to write that out. And try to say that to you guys before, but you guys don't listen.
Well, you don't even have to write down the whole thing. You can just write v of x.
What?
You can just write v of x.
Yep. Because they already defined what is v of x. Mm-hmm.
No boundaries. It's just an integral of no 0 to t.
No, 0 to 5 is fine. That's count as a bound. No bound at all? Do they get negative 9.207? Okay, then nothing. Have to be 0 to 5 because you're finding GS of 5, so it has to be from what to what value. Next question. Consider v of t is equal to 0. At 0.536 and 3.3117, that's going to give you 1 point. The justification for that, all you got to do is consider v of t equal to 0. That give you 1 point. If you find the answer of 0.536 and 3.317, they give you the second point. If you have justification, the particle change direction at t equal to changing sign from negative to positive at this specific time, positive to negative at this specific time, you get a second point. So answer is going to count as 1 point, justification counts 1 point.
And they have to say positive to negative. They couldn't just say change directions. But what if they made like a number line for that?
So the question is worded as what? What's the question is worded? The question's worded is says
Find all times t in the interval 0 is less than, 0 is less than or equal to t, which is
change direction. You can say changing sign. Yeah, you can say changing sign. That's fine because that's technically change direction. If you don't have a changing sign, you don't have change direction. It doesn't matter if it's negative to positive, positive, negative. But for me, I'll write it out just in the future. If you just say changing sign, I'm okay. You can get 2 points out of those 2 points. If you consider v of t equal to 0, that's going to give you another point.
I shouldn't
The last part, D part. Hold on. That's not the last part, but we're going to talk about more. The last part here is should consider a of 4 is negative 11.475 and it's less than 0. And 22.295 negative. It should write down those two values because you cannot say it's because it's negative. Well, I could have guessed it's negative. I could have guessed both negative. That's 1/4 the chance to get it right. So you had to write down the value to justify it. You had to write down the value negative 11.475 and negative 22.295. And then the second point you have to say is because they have the same sign, then you get a second point. Yes. They give a value, they can give you 1 point because they know how to find the acceleration. Yes, Cindy? Yeah. Oh, Adam?
Yeah, it's at a point. So you're saying it's no point if you like say it's like because they're both negative, like
Yeah, because no negative, no back down. I can guess, right? I can literally guess both positive speeding up or both negative speeding up. I can guess one positive, one negative. I could guess. If you don't have information to back it up with, I say that in class as well. I says you have to have the value to back it up. They only look for the proof to give you a point. And trust me, they're very bare minimum. Yes.
They need to use 3 decimal points.
3 decimal point, but this time it's okay because they don't know how to do that. Because some class I did forgot to mention 3 decimal points, but 3 decimal point is important. At least 3. You can get more, but at least 3. Minimum 3. There was no significant figure, so it's nice. It's not like physics or chemistry. I hate significant figures. with a passion. Yes.
So for the last four, you just want to calculate them?
Yeah, so the last one, I'm gonna go through that right now. So find a total distance. You should write down this for total distance, and that's gonna give you one check mark. So each one's gonna worth one check mark. 0 to 5, absolute value v of t dt.
And you have to write down like the integral stuff.
You have to write down the integral. You cannot just write down the answer. So 40.479, I believe, is that right?
Yeah. So they're each 2 points. Each of these.
No, each one, this one's 1 point. Each this from E, F, H is all 1 point.
So just the answer is getting no point.
Just no. That's Linden, right?
No.
You have to write shit down. I'm sorry, but I already told you guys before. Like I mentioned at least like 5-6 times. I said you guys gotta write stuff down. So that's E. F is gonna be integration 0 to 5 of v of t dt. And that's a very easy point. So that's -19.207. Is that right?
Yeah.
I don't have a calculator, but I'm thinking about. So that's +1 here, +1, plus extra check mark. This is easy check mark. Anybody should be able to get. H, average velocity, is 1 over 4, because 0 to 0 to 4, right? Integration of v of t dt between 0 to 4 is equal to 1.633. Can somebody double check my math?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what.
Okay, so that's +1. This is all extra check mark. This last one, you should have this chart, T, because they want a furthest left and furthest right, right? So at 0, that's the first thing. 5 is the next thing. Is that okay? What's the first critical point? I'm gonna go into decimals to graph it. Sorry, I think it's 0.536, but I'm not sure this person's right or not. And the 3.318. I'll go to make sure first. So I'm gonna go to decimals. How much time I have?
6 minutes.
Okay, so let me just double make sure this this calculation. So it's -2 times x squared plus 3x to the 6/5 minus x to the third. -2, oh, this is plus. So you should get this graph, and this is f of x equal to. So you should get at, yep, that's right. So I'm gonna assume this person write down right. So I'm gonna assume that's right. So this is 10. Well, this is initial conditions, and this is 10 plus integration between 0.536 of v of t dt is equal to 9.403. 10 plus integration from 0 to 3.318 v of t dt is equal to 20.038 and -9.207. So furthest left, this is furthest right at 3.318, furthest left at this.
And how many points are you for that one for?
I'm gonna give you
Two
so justification, and you had to find out the zeros, and you had 3 points. So justification, the zero value, the output. So write down how many thing out of 27 is 27 point 30 point out of 33. How many point out of 33?
Or this FRQ specifically, is this out of 11?
This one is out of 12. No, actually, hold on a second. 12. No, sorry. So it's 9 plus 3 plus 3. So it's out of 15. Sorry, 15. So this one's out of 15. So this one's the most point. If you get this one right, then there would be half the score already. Huh? Okay, write down their score. How many points out of how many points? Let me know if you need to know how to do this stuff on your calculator.
These 2 points. You didn't do that.
First two
You-
questions,
The bottom's the
this was out of 30. Harper was out of 30.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure I calculated it right.
Thank you.
Not a lot of questions. 3 points. What's be 3 points? Can you look it up? Can you? Kevin,
Yeah, I think it's
Kevin, look on the right hand side. It's 2 points. Oh no, not this one. Yeah, this one, right?
Yeah.
It's 2 points. It's S of T and S of 5. But you can if you write the second line, you get both points. Huh? No, you don't even.
So it's at 15.
Zero check. There's
Yogi,
no information to back up. Zero check. Write it down. Write it down. Look, the work is right there. Write it down. Write down what's the value they're supposed to get. What's the thing they're supposed to get. Ooh, bad. Ooh. This is 10 or 32. Can you have nice handwriting? At least great other person. Ooh.
This is the right answer, but I think the way they wrote the thing is wrong. The absolute value should entry. It doesn't matter.
I can. Write down how many total points.
But she only remembers the 53 job.
Yours. Because of my and I didn't want to give you your chance. They will give you too much.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially like A and Erie is nice to you. So you get how many questions? Huh? I'll go next. You guys got homework? No, out of work. Alvin, not bad. You got the Alvin, not bad.
I don't know if that's not bad. It could be like 50%.
Alvin's cooking.
I did not.
You did not write down the points. What kind of grading is this? No total. What is that?
All right.
Total points. Total points.
Okay, okay.
My God, you guys are like listening.
Wait,
I don't think that's
wait,
yeah.
That's kind of not harder, Adam. No.
Can you scroll down on the?
Greyhound, 3 out of 33. Ooh.
Why am I missing? The race paper.
Yeah.
Two here, two here.
Dude,
One there, three here.
so this one's 15 points.
Yeah, but where am I missing?
I don't know. You gotta look it up.
Well, I asked him to scroll down, like, you can't.
Anybody have classes with me?
Let me see.
No.
This is 3 check marks. This 1, 2.
Go back, right?
Dude, there's multiple check marks on those.
Yeah, this one.
No. Where's my phone?
I can't find out the score. Okay. So you said for D. there's only
So
one point
look,
left.
1, 2,
Oh,
first
okay.
2. 1, 2 for the second one. 1, 2, 3 for the third one. Read aside.
2 for the D. I'm pretty sure that's not right though.
2 for the D. Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No, you put a check mark. Just count the check mark. How many check mark are there?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Not bad.
Good job.
So then you add 3 to that.
No. Oh, actually, yeah. Good.
Stupid number.
Oh, wait. Wait, alphabet or sorry, right? I wasn't paying attention. It's supposed to be 11.
Are you gonna try? I wanna listen to this. If I get a 5, I'm gonna make the like 10 recommendations.
That test was sabotage. Person.
And then I got to the second. There was one
Bro.
No, I was 7th.
Your mom did. Your mom did it for you? Yeah, she gets it. My mom, yes, my mom. I don't know if you're sure where the did you do that? Okay, well, let me read you the first one. All the first. I need to redeem myself.
They're not like tiny, but they're.
No, but I think it's clear. I mean, I got negative figures. Bro, this? No.
Let's see.
Like a question.
I'm gonna explain to you how it works. First of all, I'm gonna let you grade each other paper. You're gonna be as harsh as you can. Now, why you want to do that? Because you are helping them. Says this is not a way to get points. This is an AP exam. You can get a calculator out if you want it. That's fine. Make sure the number is working out. At least you know how to do it while you are grading other people's papers. Now, this grade is gonna be bad all around. You're gonna have to understand. There's some people can follow what I say. There's some people cannot. I told you to write down certain things. You have to write down certain things. You have to learn how to get that point. I have no problem people taking the L on a test. I have problem you don't learn from your L. Right here, we're gonna treat it as a learning process. Don't judge on other people's score because your score is probably not too high. So, you're gonna try your best to learn how to grade a system. So, we are trying to beat the system. Unfortunately, I don't like this part of the AP exam because I think I just teach people how to hack the exam. But guys, you had to be a grader. You had to learn how to be a grader. Learn what I'm looking for. Any seniors?
Interrupt any teachers at this time. If you could release any seniors. Anybody can come to the.
That whole front page of it.
Okay.
Like when we
Learn how to be critical of other people. Other people is going to be the same thing to you. You're going to learn how the grader's perspective. It's very important for you to understand the grader's perspective. If you understand the grader's perspective, you know what you kind of stuff you need to write down now. Because a lot of time you don't. I give you a scoring guideline, you guys didn't look at it, but I also teach you in class how to do individual questions. But now you're gonna see, going to see, okay, this is the things I need to fix. This is the things I need to fix. This is other people. When you look at other people's things, you tended to be very critical. You look at yourself, tend not to be critical. So that's why I did not let you grade your own paper. I want you to learn to grade it from other people and see it from that experience. Some people are gonna grade your papers just because some people are easy to grade, and we have missing students here, so you can be grading. Wait, where's the least?
He's not here.
Let's see.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna read it so
Bro, I went to there's also some don't mind. Because
I'm thinking 30, the amount of points you have.
it's Oh my gosh. This guy cannot even write that out loud.
Oh, that's really good.
Avery has nice
My calculator.
My calculator was outdated.
Negative 3 million.
Graph didn't even go that low.
The graph didn't even was never. Was it positive for you? Can I see? You go ahead.
Yeah, I think my scale was like
My scale, mine was like a plateau that went like this. No, that's the same.
What kind of cologne you wearing? Who's wearing cologne?
It was this one, right? But it's my scale was like.
In the, like,
I don't think, yeah, like, look, we put the same thing in. Maybe you have to reset your. That's a little.
Amazing start.
and like, radiant degrees of max, there's no trick.
But my scale was like really.
Yeah, I was like, mine is probably this
All right, so
No, not.
So I don't know. We did like the distance.
So I should be.
Okay, sure. I demand a redo.
okay, let's start with the first one. The first one is the FTC one. We're gonna start with FTC. Now, I want to go through with you. On the right hand side of this page is the how do they give you points. So, for example, part A is 2 points, part B is 2 points, part 3 is 3 points, part D is gonna be 2 points, and that's what they consider. But your answer has to be matched. So the first one you had to consider G of 2. G of 2 is write down the integral between 1 to 2 of ft dt. Now, some people might not have to write it down, but they have the right answer, -1/4. You have to learn how to write down the integral. So write down the integral for them, but told them if they don't have this part next time, they're not going to have a point.
But this time they do.
Yeah, if they got -1/4, I'm okay with it because the calculation is kind of hard. But write down for them says it's integration between 1 to 2 ft dt. Do not miss that because G of 2 is the integration of something. So, yes,
So if they wrote down the integral but they didn't have the correct answer,
then that's no point. The answer is what matter right now.
If you get the integral, you get a point.
But G -2, if they put it over to
If they got the
like
answer.
I minus 3
No,
over
it's 2
2.
Perfect. Beautiful answers.
How about if they did the integral but then
The answers okay. Shh. First thing, look for the answer. If the answer is wrong, then it's automatically wrong. Now, if the answer is right, look at the work. If they're missing work, write down for them in this case because they both are kind of hard to find. The first calculation, second calculation are kind of hard to do. But next time, told them to write down integral between from where to where. Yes.
Is the first answer -1/4?
Yes, -1/4. Okay, so shh. One easy way is just only put a check mark. Do not put cross mark, just put a check mark, check mark. So you can tally those check mark. So first part has 2 check mark. Either you get 1 or you get 2. B. You should write down g prime of -3 is equal to f of -3 is equal to 2. 2 is that's going to give you a point because you consider find out the g prime of x. But write down for them, if they don't write down g prime of x equal to f of x, sometimes they don't give you a point. So write it down for them, g prime of x. But if they got 2, I'm okay with it. If they got 1, I'm okay with it. But told them to write down this to get make sure you get all the marbles. You gotta make sure you just try to beat the AP exam. Your goal is just get as many points as you can on the AP exam, and you want to write down the things they want you to write down. It's not writing an essay. Compared to lit test, there's no writing at all. So if you're gonna complain, shut the hell up, because I see lit test, I proctor lit test, everybody's like this. Your hands like cramping. There's nothing to write for. You cannot just say, I cannot write down stuff. There's nothing to write for.
So you said even if they don't want to for the G credit, on one of the rubrics, it was like anywhere you can A, B, C, or D, you have to write the G credit. You're like, actually, you're kind of
Take points off.
did.
So satisfied. All right. Next one. You're going to consider g prime of x equal to 0. If you consider that, if you write down any part of your test, the automatic 1 point, you don't have to get a right answer. It just says g prime of x equal to 0. That's it. That's how you get 1 point. Second point you're going to get is at -1 and 1. You have to say justification is kind of long. It's going to be changing from positive to negative at -1. And at 1, there's no changing sign. So you have to get both correct to get the last point. But if you get -1 as maximum, and 1 is neither, you get 1 point. The justification was another point. Does that make sense how they work?
Got the correct like fine changes but didn't justify it. Would that be because there's only 3 points, right?
Yeah, so if you get they say -1 is maximum and 1 is neither, then that's 1 point. Now, if they say the reason why they are maximum and the reason why they are neither, they get another point.
What is the absolute max or relative max?
This is a relative. This is not absolute. It's like you don't even remember what you write. What? Relative max. I don't can't even give him 1 point because they never consider g prime x equal to 0. X equal to -1 is relative max. Goes from positive. I guess you can give it 1 out of 3 because and write down reciprocal for them. What? Hold on, attention at 0. Okay. 0. No, that's not right. None of them are right because it didn't say
XXX or check X?
no. There's no check at all.
So just X is all in.
Yeah. Just say no check. All right, last one. Shh. The last one, the graph of G has a point of inflection at each. At x equal to -2, x equal to 0, and x equal to 1. If you got all those 3 numbers, you get 1 point. Now, if you say it's changing sign on this point, you get another point. So 2 points. So part D. Yeah, you have to say x equal to -2, x equal to 0, x equal to 1. Because that's where the peak and trout.
That's to get all three.
Um, 2 points. For the next one, I think.
So there's.
I don't know.
There 9?
Total 9 check mark.
Okay.
So you write down something out of 9. How many point out of 9? So 4 out of 9, 5 out of 9. Guess what? 4 out of 9. It's a passing score. It's a 3. So your score might not be as bad as you think. 6 out of 9 is good. After spring break. You'd be lucky if Jared write a straight. You know how? Yeah, no. Every time I grade Jared's paper, it was like, give me like, it's like some word he write really big and some word he's like kind of like, in different sizes. It's like shit up and down.
If they get for D, if they get the answer wrong, their explanation is wrong too.
Yeah. You had to get an answer good. Okay, write down something out of 9. Can we move on forward or no?
Yeah.
Everybody's good? Isabel's good? Okay, so the next question we're gonna grade is not this one. This one's gonna leave the last. Oh, the escalate question. This one's horrible. Now, what I want you to do is write down the right answer for them, so that way they cannot complain about it. Write down the right answer. Now, you guys can also get a calculator out and try those numbers. But some people say they graph straight line. They see straight line. The reason why they didn't change the domain from 0 to 300 probably. It's supposed to be 0 to 300. You change x min to 0, x max to 300.
On window.
Yeah, on window. Because this from 0 to 300. You need to know how to change your window. If you want to graph it now.
Wait, it was like so when you graph it, you get like that. The straight graph.
Huh?
You get like that, and then you get the straight graph.
I have no idea what a graph is, so. Hold on, let me try to graph it. This one is 44 times x over 100 to the third power, I think. And then 1 minus. Now you probably need another parenthesis here to get it good, but Desmos will do that for you. But the thing will not do that for you. To the 7. Okay, so you see a straight line. The reason why it's straight line, you need to go change from -10 to 310. So you're gonna see this. You gotta change your x min to like this. So then you will see this graph.
Are you talking about the equation?
Yeah, our equation is straight line, but it's gonna be minus 0.7, so that's minus 0.7. It's gonna be like this. If it rate in and rate out, it's gonna look like this.
0.7x.
0.7, not x. 0.7 because the 0.7 is the rate. It's not x.
Isn't that however much seconds left
That is
Each second, 0.7 people left the escalator. No, 0.7. Because it's constant. It says constant rate.
I'm confused. First equation is right in.
All right.
It's such a good problem. This thing is weird. You have to make it. Wait, what? Why calculate?
If you write in the equation and then you put your domain out on the window, you should do that.
No, you passed it. You passed it. It's next. No, no. No.
Okay. So if you write down the if you write down on the top here, integral between 0 to 300, I saw a lot of people have that. R of t dt equal to 270. Great. That's only worth 1 point though. You have to write down the sentence, answer the question. Remember, you are on the AP exam. You're answering the question to reply to them. According to the model, 270 people enter the line for the escalator during the time interval between 0 to 300. Yep, because the question says that. It says, look at the question. It says, how many people enter the line for escalator during the time between 0 to 300? Oh, no mind. Sorry, you don't have to write it. You don't have to write it. 270 is 1 point. The integral is 1 point. My fault. 270 is a 1 point. The answer is no, 270 is 1 point. Integral is 1 point.
So if you have the integral, you have the answer wrong.
Huh?
If you have the person has the integral, you put the integral.
Do they have 0 to 300 RT dt? Okay, they write down like they give you 1 point. 270 is another point.
I got 1 point.
And the homework that I sent out the day before was clutch.
No, I did the correct integral, so I'm assuming if you put it in the calculator, then it's fine.
Okay, so part B. Let's go to part B. Part B is 20 plus 0 to 300 RT minus 0.7 dt. If you have that, that should give you 8 point. Okay, so this one is gonna give you, if you consider rate out, so if you just do let's just say you only have 0 to 300 RT dt minus 0.7. If you only have that part, they give you 1 point. If you're including the 20 in the front, it's gonna give you another point. So if you consider rate out, if you subtract them, when you take an integral, then that's gonna consider as 1 point. The actual answer is gonna be 80. That's gonna be the next point. So there's 2 points here to giving.
If I use the 20, it's like 80.
If you use a 20 in the front plus, okay, if I just have integral between 0 to 300 of RT, have rate in minus rate out, that will give you 1 point. If you have 20 plus that, that's going to give you second point. Because if you got 60, that would give you 1 point. If you got an 80, it will give you 2 points.
What if the person didn't put an integral, but they somehow got the right answer?
Huh? That's 0 point. That's 0 point, unfortunately. If they don't write down, I'm gonna say that again. If they don't write down the integral and they just have answer 270, you cannot give him any points. 0. Unfortunately. It's not about their grade. No, it's not about their grade. It's learning. You need to learn how to adjust. So a lot of previous points probably don't have points. Unfortunately.
What if they have the plus 20, but they either don't have the rate out or got the rate out.
If you don't have the rate out, you cannot get even first point. Yes. That's wrong. Huh?
They have like 20 minus 0.7 outside of the interval, and then they still got.
Let me see that.
It put plus 20, but it wasn't. Was it daily count? I don't know.
How many check marks is speed?
I don't know what LT is, but this is the wrong answer, right? Yeah, that's right.
I don't know if I'm allowed to do that.
I cannot give him any point because 0.7's in front, not in the back. So it's actually 0 check mark. You have to check, you have to cross out this, you have to say 0.7 should be inside. Even though evaluation is wrong, but then they look at the statistics.
Extra bonus.
For me, they considered the rate out, but they didn't consider it correctly. Like they included it in the equation, but not
So that's wrong
wrong.
because it's not 1 minus 0.7. Right, guys, I'm trying to let you understand. Only when it hurts, you can learn from it. Right, Tyler? I saw you running yesterday. I honked at you.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably scared me. There was a couple people who bumped at me.
That when the muscle hurts, that's when you start getting better. When the muscle doesn't hurt, that means you still same as before. If you just run a couple 100 feet, you're not gonna hurt. Hurting is good. Run 5 miles. I don't think I can run 5 miles. I might pass out with 1 mile. You see me on the floor. You see me on the floor. Outside of a Popcart Vineland. You see somebody laying there. That's what y'all did. All right, Parsi. Parsi. Parsi is interesting because I entered 300 seconds. There was 80 people left, right? But there is nobody coming this escalator after 300 seconds. So no one coming the escalator. So there was only 80 people. Now the rate out is 0.7. So you divide it by 0.7. That's how you find out the time. So it takes 114 seconds to run out all the people. So you have to including the 300 seconds from before. So it's 314 rather than 114. You probably can get 114, but 314 is the correct answer because you got to answer the correct questions. 414 is correct.
You don't have to work, like, you don't have to work in the answer, they just have the answer and it's correct.
Yeah, I think that's fine. If you have 414, that's
Oh.
no idea. No idea. Maybe you're off.
Oh, wait, no.
Oh, so you're great. That means you're good.
I could be off. Could be.
You gave yourself that name, so I'm gonna use that name.
All right, so D, you should consider R of T minus 0.7 is called rate in minus rate out. When the rate in minus rate out equal to 0, if you're gonna get 1 point, if you identify it's at 33.013, that's gonna give you the next points. If you got an answer, it's at 33.013, it's gonna give you, and you got 3.803 people, or you can say 4 people, that will give you a 3rd point. If you have the table, give you the 4th point. So table is the hardest one to earn, but table does consider everything. Anytime you have this, it's gonna be rate in minus rate out. Anytime you have this, it's rate in minus rate out equal to 0, because that's called the net rate. I talk about that on the video. It's a net in minus out equal to 0. It's where your maximum occur and your minimum occur. So just write down how many check out of here. So you got 9 check out of first question, 9 check out of second question. Give it something out of 9. On the top, write it big. So later you can tally all the point easily. The actual answer is a 33.013 second when there's 4 people in a line.
Okay.
Because they say find out the number of people. It's 3.8 people, but 3.8 is rounded to 4 people. Okay, write down something, guys. Can you write down something out of 9? Did you do that? 0. No points. Nothing. No, that's not yours. She created 2 papers. Is that chocolate? Throw me one. I'm not gonna catch it. This one Costco?
No, it's not
Publix?
You know where like the computers like on the sidewalk in the back where like it's like on that shop.
Yeah. Thank you.
Like my.
Can I go to the next question? How much time I have?
Hey, we're running out of time. Bro, I wrote all of my.
Whose table is it?
All right. The first one is you should write down absolute value of VT equal to 2. If you write that, they give you 1 point. If you get an answer, there's 2 answers. If you get one answer, it's completely wrong because you didn't consider putting absolute value on it.
I did that.
Did you get 2 answers?
No, I don't know.
Use the absolute. Wait, it's the answer.
I don't remember.
If you got absolute value of V of t equal to 2, you automatically get 1 point. If you got 2 answers, you get 2 points. Second points.
I just got.
Words. If they only got 1 answer, it's 0.
Yes.
Yeah, if they only got 1 answer, it's 0.
It's still right.
It's still right.
I got the answer and I didn't get the.
Wait, is it 2 check marks?
Yeah, I just get 1 point.
I think I did.
Okay, so first 2 points. Second one. If you write down the second line that s of phi equal to 10 plus 0 to 5 v of x dx, shh, let me talk. If you write down s of 5 equal to 10 plus 0 to 5 v of x dx equal to negative 9.207, you get 2 points. If you just write down s of t, that should consider as 1 point out of 2. If you got the answer correct, you got 2 points. But you had to including initial condition because we're talking about final position here. If you don't have the 10, you don't have the point. So it has to be 10 plus something because initial conditions.
So you have to have both the initial condition and the S of 5.
Yeah. No, S of 5, you should including 10 plus 0 to 5.
Okay, so if they just have that, is that 2 points or just 1?
Just 1.
Okay.
If they got a right answer, they got another point.
Okay, so if they have.
You only need a second line to get both points.
So we have the initial condition in the answer, so that's just.
Yeah. Their initial conditions outside.
You're off.
This is perfect.
Can I get both points for this?
I think they would give points. Like for the first one, they have the equation right. They put a 5 there instead of a t.
You did, but.
And then for the second one, they just wrote out. I don't think that would be right.
Oh yeah, this have S0 is 10, 10 plus integral plus, and then they got a right answer.
Oh, it's down there. So that'd be 1 or 2.
2.
He wrote it after dx, but he still got the answer like slightly
fine.
wrong. So it's good.
Oh, actually, that is correct. That's exactly correct. But his calculator might not pan out to be. But write down the right number for him, give him the points. That's very close.
Points.
So,
The value of b minus 2 instead of equal to.
They have to write down equal to 0. No,
Okay.
but you can give it an answer though,
Gotcha.
because they have to write down the equal to 0, or you have to write down VFT equal to 2.
So they just wrote down integral on the answer, but they didn't say this of t versus
This is fine. This is 2 points.
Okay.
All right, so shh. The next one, you should consider VFT equal to 0. By writing down VFT equal to 0, it gives you 1 point. I said that before. And if you got an answer, that's going to give you a second point. Now the answer, some people says, well, what if they didn't say negative to positive at this value and positive to negative? I will give you a point if I were the grader, because you technically says change direction. That means sign change. That's it. It didn't say you have to change it from positive to negative or negative to positive. So if you say sign change at a specific value, I would give you a point, but that's me. In the future, you have to know it's from positive to negative, negative to positive. If you just say sign change, I'm okay with it. Sign change is going to give you the third point. Yes.
If you want to get that second, the second part, the answer justification, do you have to say 0?
Huh? Do they get a the t equal to this time correctly?
You just wrote the answer.
What is the answer?
536 and 3.32.
And what else they write?
And then they justified it.
Huh?
And then
They justify it, and you can give them 2 points without a VFT equal to 0. Because they do have the value.
What if they have an extra answer, but they have the 2 answers and the justification for those answers is correct?
You can give him 1.
One. Yeah, he said it became 6.
Okay. Shh. For D. For D, guys, for D is you should write down the value of V of 4. So it's negative 11.47. And you should write down A of 4 is equal to negative 22.29. If you get that, you get 1 point. If you say they have same sign, that's going to give you 1 more point. And yeah, so it's increasing.
Velocity. Yeah.
He said you both of them were negative. You scroll up, you didn't say they were the same.
You have to get the value.
You have to get a value.
You can't just say they're both negative. Same word you just said.
Because you had to back it up. I can lie to you. I can say they're both negative. I have no I could have like treat it as multiple choice. I have both negative, both positive, one negative, one positive. So I can lie to you says that's speeding up because I have no idea how to use calculator. So you gotta learn how to use calculator and to get a value.
Okay. And then if you don't have that, then the whole thing is.
Yeah.
These values are like
That's fine, but totally need 3 decimal places. All right, so the next one, E, F, H, I'm gonna do all 3 at the same time. So each one just give you 1 point. If you have right answer, right setup, 1 point, right answer, right setup, 1 point, right answer, right setup, 1 point. It's easy as that. There was clear cut. Please do not just write the answer. If you just write the answer, I cannot give you a point. You have to give you that. Jerry, are you grading the last part? E, F, H? Okay, last part is going to give you 3 points here. They have to do the table. The table has to be correct, then you get 3 points. If you find out 0.536 and 3.318, that's going to give you another point. If they did not include an initial condition, I'm okay with that. If you just have that time when net rate is equal to 0. So it's out of 15 here. Write down total points. Total points. Total points 33. It's going to be scaled. So you don't need to worry about your grade as much.
How many?
It's going to be scaled as an AP exam. Yes.
How many points for the time?
Huh?
Is it not on there?
Last part is 3 points.
Yeah, I might have missed that one. I might have forgotten to go in. He got it, but doesn't consider them points.
So plus. Wait, do they have the? No, they don't have the distance. So plus 1.
Oh, is that enough?
Write down how many check out of.
Oh.
How many total check?
The right answer,
This one?
but like,
They've
no,
been over
no,
before.
I can't tell.
Right. I can't.
They didn't have the table, but they got the right answer.
Can't be with my response. At 15, 1, 3, I can't tell this last person is right because I can't tell in writing.
Left it, yeah.
Wait, the first right.
That's fine.
Why are you down?
Now,
Yeah. We have two, so if one is the table, one is the answer.
and answer the answer on the right side of the page. So that's like exactly like 20 point something, 9.4
Okay, what if they have an extra value?
plus 1.
Picky, there's something.
Wait, how many points?
10.0.
I can't send right for it.
15, but I don't know why.
I did not play. Did you finish?
Wait, Mr. A, it's supposed to be out of 14 or 15?
I graded it wrong.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out where I missed it. I finally got everything right.
This one, the first one, 18 to 0. I would read it.
Yeah, 1 out of 15.
Yo, how many points are
Oh,
More than 7. More than
Dude, she only got 4.
Yeah, her and her.
Wait, what's on the bottom?
If you cannot finish grading, just give it to me, I'll grade it.
Not sure.
That's fine. I'll grade it. Thank you.
209?
Oh, no, you got
Oh, okay.
I'll take you off this. You got an hour for that. I'll take that. You guys okay?
I got about 8 the first one, and like it got
Wait, that was 31 minutes.
It's like, it's 30, 30, 30, 30, out of 30, 30. The 15, 9, and 9.
Oh, we're
I have 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
So, wait, A is 2, B is 2, C is 2, D is 2, E is 8.
There.
and now I'm
Wait, I only have 8. So which one has 3?
we're eating each other's tests today, apparently. But this is not a test.
Wesley got a 45. Wesley got a 45. Oh, no.
Apparently we're grading each other's tests today.
Oh,
Wesley, I hope I'm smarter than Wesley. That's all. Mr. Gang, would you say that Corbin is smarter?
Corbin's smarter? I don't know. Corbin's
That's
pretty
the
dumb.
correct answer, because I have no idea. I met Wesley.
Well, you were part of it. Wesley's really lazy.
Then you probably do better.
Wesley's not lazy. He's been staying after school, but something I'm happy.
Doing the homework is like what you pay
Or you like
So if you did all the homework, you should.
Oh, I gave you the running game.
I forgot I gave you that stuff. I didn't even know I had this. At my house, like scattered across.
What?
No, because I already used up my. want to like suck, please. I don't. Oh, actually, yeah. I was saying, oh, how many people blah blah blah. Yeah, I got 2 seconds. And then I got 80. I got whatever the calculus.
No, my friend.
Oh wait, that's really cool. It's pretty. I almost dropped it. If Wesley messed up, I probably did fine. Is that a surfing Pikachu? No, not everything with the lightning bolt. I know, but that's surfing. Is that yellow?
Alright, so
It's.
you gotta learn how to grade an AP exam. The reason why you gotta learn how to grade AP exam, you gotta learn how to grade your thing. So I'm not grading this shit. At the same time, you wanna be, I know, like, your judge is my friend, I'm gonna take easy on him. No. You're not helping him taking easy on him. You are hurting him. Be very critical of him. If he doesn't write shit down, take points off. You are helping him by even paying. Paying is good. Paying is the beauty.
You okay, Mr. J?
You're sounding like an art student right now. Are you okay with saying no? I think so too. Mr. A, do we need to contribute to your therapy sessions?
No.
Do we need to send you to the safe office?
You have to understand. Alright, you have to understand. I'm serious. Like, sometimes you don't understand. You go work out, guess what? Pain.
Pain.
Right? This is a process. So it's okay. You guys have to just be with it, take care of it, understand that as long as you learn from your pain. Learn from your pain. It's okay. Perfectly fine. Paper.
Oh, I need a pen. Do I have a pen? Let me see. Oh, yeah, great. Well, you're not drawing. You're not going to be doodling on their paper. We're doing X's and checks.
Oh.
They're doing some.
Yeah, in pen. Different color pen.
Is the black pen alright? Yeah. I only have black pen. Wait, no, I love this.
There's a dog.
Oh, this is gonna make me angry. I don't know. Thank you.
You can probably click the second one here because of stuff
Simon
people
put
not
zero for
here.
every answer and then do this and then minus that back to the major.
Can anybody go to the second one because I have lots of
This is
people
a
not
great
here.
strategy.
Length. I need 3 more back here.
I can grade it.
Let's and
Oh, Simon.
Oh my god, you are so good.
Yes, I'm. I'm gonna fail this. I probably, in fairness, I'm probably gonna take the extra because Simon did not handle
that doesn't give you points. I give you half points.
Any points is good points. None of the answers for the first problem were 0, right? Yeah, let's do like a bunch of. How many points per question? Is it 1 per part?
I will tell you.
Okay.
You guys are gonna learn how the graded system work.
Oh shit.
If you don't want a grade extra one, give it to Min.
I'll take what? We're grading tests.
Is that Min's test?
Wait, who got mine?
No, don't use yellow.
Huh?
Yellow. Wait, what are you using yellow?
Use red. Use red. Use different color. All right. So first one.
Wait, I don't have time.
Get a pen.
Yeah. Oh no.
Ow!
It's fine. If you have an extra papers, not Aiden's paper. Aiden, did you take a test yesterday?
Oh, I was.
Mr. Yang. So, because what's happening is that saying that you can get 2 points per part. I think so.
Okay. Anybody don't want a gray paper? Give it to Chase. As long as it's not Chase paper. Yeah, give it to Chase. They need to learn how to gray. It's not Chase's paper, right? Okay, get a pen out, and then we're gonna learn how to grade this sucker. All right. What?
Okay.
Those are the points
Not
that
happening.
can be. So see on set 2, that means.
Yeah, give me back though. Those are good pens.
Yeah, but like, is there setup?
All right. Remember, nobody's your friend right now. Even they're your friend, you're helping them by giving paying. Paying is good.
Mr. Have you ever watched Major? Oh, okay, never mind. Actually, no.
All right, so let me show you how scoring rubric goes. The one on the right hand side told you how many check mark they are. So for example, it says 2. I think that's a column or whatever. Anyway, so that says 2, 1, 1. That side on the right hand side here. Oops, on the right hand side here. This told you how many check are they. So, and it told you like what kind of requirement for you to get that check. Okay, can you gray?
I'm listening.
Okay, so now the first one you should get -1/4. Now, what if you just write down -1/4? I'm okay for you to get a point, but technically you're supposed to write integral between 1 to 2 of ft/dt. If they don't have that, tell them to write that down. If you got an answer correct, I can live with it right now. But next time, write down integration between 1 to 2. Don't be lazy. Look, trust me. FRQ for calculus is not AP Lit. AP Lit, your hand's gonna cramp. How much shit you have to write down. AP Calculus, you just have to write down what they want to know. That's it. Your hand's not gonna cramp, I promise you. Write shit down.
And this is starting on number 3, right?
This one is the FTC question. It's negative. It's -1/4. Okay, so that should give you 1 point. Pi over 2 minus 3 over 2. That should give you another point. Or pi minus 3 over 2. That should give you another point. Part B. So the first one, it should get 2 check mark. Every question should be out of 9 check mark, so you can write on the top of paper something out of 9. And just write down how many check mark out of 9. So the second one, you should get g prime of -3 is equal to f of -3. Write that shit down to get a point. It's equal to 2. G double prime of -3 is equal to f prime of -3 is equal to 1. Write that shit down, get a point.
Are you saying that we need to write down what the answer was?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the back, face that way.
We take off points if they don't write the f of -3 or.
No, not for that.
Technically you should write it down, but the answer is 1. I can live with it right now, but write down it for them.
You have to take points off if they don't have to proof. Or like,
Not on these.
Well, you should write it down for them. Tell them to write shit down.
okay, but on this one, right, it says you don't need that.
Yeah. G double prime of x equal to f prime of x.
No, you put G double prime of X equals one.
That's the answer,
Yeah,
It's not negative.
it's equal to 1, yeah. -3. You should write down -3, but it's okay. They get a value. That's how it matters. Okay, so you should have 4 check mark now if they did perfect. Now for the next one, you should consider g prime of x equal to 0. That's gonna be easy point. When they ask you horizontal tangent, all you gotta do is write down g prime of x equal to 0. If you write that down, they get 1 point. If you consider -1 and 1, you got a second point, not extra points, not extra x value, but -1 and 1, you should get point because they're crossing the x-axis at -1 and 1, or they touch the x-axis. But g prime of x changing from positive to negative, or g prime of x does not change in sign, offer you the third point because that's the justifications.
I see everybody confused. I don't know what's happening.
Do they need both -1 and 1?
Huh?
Do they need both -1 and 1 to get the point?
Yep.
Well, wait, isn't there one
What? Okay, one person at a time. So here, consider g prime of x equal to 0. That's 1 point. If they consider -1 and 1, and they say that's that's the point that they consider, that's gonna give you a second point.
Okay.
If they have an answer, says this one is a maximum, why they are maximum, and this one's neither, why they are neither, you're gonna get a third point. That's it. Josh, yes.
Alright, so for the answer, they got one answer right. For like the justification, they got one justification right, one wrong. Is the whole thing wrong or is it like half?
Can you say that again?
So with the justification, like check, if one of them is right and one of them is wrong.
Oh, okay. Then they only get 0 point. Yeah,
it is it
they
wrong?
get an answer one.
What if they only have justification for one of them and not both of the points?
Then no.
Okay.
Okay, so anybody got extra paper? Simon can gray. Give it to Simon. Long as it's not Simon's paper. Madeline, he already gray for you on those papers. You gotta learn how to gray. You gotta learn. Get a pen. You have a pen. All right. Now the last one, the graph point inflection at -2, 0, and 1. Because g double prime of x equal to f prime of x changing sign at each of those values. At answer is 1 point. The explanation is 1 point. Longer say it's a changing sign. Okay, so write down something out of 9. If you have any question, go ahead and ask. But you guys need to learn how the grading perspective is going to look at. What is the graders going to look at? How is a grader going to give you a point? You're going to treat yourself like a grader so you can beat the test.
What's the answer for D?
D?
Yeah, D.
D is right here. The G has a point inflection of x equal to -2, x equal to 0, x equal to 1. Those going to give you 1 point. Now, justification, you can say f prime of x or g double prime of x changing sign and those values. So write it down for them. If they don't have it, write it down. Who?
I don't think this is right.
D is not. Plus 0. What? Yeah.
Wait, is justification be correct?
No, that's not right.
Okay.
So justification is g double prime of x. And F1. No, nothing. No point.
You? Like, how do you get the right answer? Like, what is
What? You can use the restroom, yeah.
Oh. That's the correct answer.
Maybe more than one.
Yep.
I'm gonna say okay.
But you, in order to get,
C is the
That kid is
yeah,
annoying.
but and in order to get one point, you
Huh?
have both -1 and 1.
Oh,
and then
somebody next door, the teacher cannot handle the kid that's in them.
Okay,
So what's your
negative
zoom out to see?
max.
Zoom out to see the points, yes. So write down something out of 9 points here. Write down something out of 9 points here. So you can say 3 out of 9, 2 out of 9. Guess what? 4 out of 9 is passing. 6 out of 9 is almost a 5. 7 out of 9 is actually 5. So your grade is not gonna be horrible. I'm a grade on a basic on AP exam scale, so don't feel like this drought, your life's over, I'm gonna get a 0. No.
I messed it up.
Alright, shh. Next one. Are you guys finished this one? Can I go?
Yes. Yeah.
Alright. Hopefully you write down the right answer for them so they know what to do next time. You guys know how to write it down the right answer. Now we're going to talk about the escalator questions. The escalator question. You should get minimum 2 points because the first 2 points are super easy. Look at this. All they gotta do is write down 0 to 300. RTDT is equal to 270. All they gotta do is write that shit down. You get
What
one.
if it's just right 270?
Huh?
What if it's just 270? Still get it?
No. 0.
Look, if it's then I have to write it to get it.
Yeah. How many times I have to say write shit down? You're not writing a lit test.
And that's 1 or 2 points.
270 just means they copy from the person next to them. I told you guys before, I said write shit down.
They wrote the thing, but they didn't write the bound.
But they got 270?
Yeah.
Write it for them and told them they have to write the bound. Well, I should take out 1 point. Yeah, it's 2 points here, so take out 1 point. They gotta answer correct.
It's 1 point for the integral and then 1 point for the
Yeah. 1 point for the integral, 1 point for the answer. If you don't write down the integral, there's no answers. Yes. If they put 270, it's 0.
For me, they only put the first
Huh?
part of the equation. For me, they only put the first part and then jump straight to the answer. They have to write the
If they just put the answer, you don't.
No, that's perfect.
Just 270.
Okay. Shh. Guys, you have to understand that 0.7 is in front of inside the parenthesis. If it's inside the integral, it's gonna be after. So you gotta make sure the first part is the part B. If they got this and it's equal to 80, I'm okay with it. 20, 0 to 300, net rate in minus out. And their final answer got 80, you get 2 points. If you don't including the initial condition, you just write down this part, it's gonna get 1 point because you're gonna get answer 60 rather than 80. If you have initial condition, it's gonna give you 2 points. Initial condition is very important.
Okay, wait. For the first one, if they only put the answer, you don't give them any of the points.
No!
Okay.
Kick, whoop their ass. Huh? You have to write down the integral to get points.
Remember, I did better.
Huh? Shh.
What if they did like the integral of 20 plus the integral of 0 down to RT, and then they did the integral of 0 to 0.
That's fine. That's fine. You can write it separate because that's a property. You can break up to 2 integrals.
Mr. Ye, can you zoom out a little bit more?
So you should get 4 check mark.
Can I go watch that?
No. miss. If you miss something, then you're gonna miss understanding how the grading. All right, so next one. So let me explain to you. At 300 seconds, there is nobody in the line anymore. There's only people exiting the line. The escalator is like escalator in the subway. When the train arrives, everybody's gonna be in the escalator. But when the train left for 2 minutes, nobody on the escalator. Only people leaving the escalator. So after 300 seconds, which is about 5 minutes later, there was only people get out of the escalator. Actually, I think even that's too far. It should be like 3 minutes. Well, actually 5 minutes because it depends on which train station you go to. So the escalator after 5 minutes, there's only people leaving. There's nobody entering the escalator. So therefore, 300 seconds is the first 300 seconds. That's give you 80 people. But 80 is going to divide by 0.7. That's going to give you 114 seconds. So that's going to be total of 414. 414 is going to give you 1 point. Now this point's kind of hard to earn. I'm okay with it. You don't earn this point, but you got to move on. You don't get stuck in the question. You're going to move on to the next part because next part you can earn 3 points, 4 points. My goodness.
Oh my god.
If you do the table, if you do the net minus out, and if you do 33.013, 16.6, and if you got 4 people in the line, so let's talk about it. If you consider rate in minus rate out, so the graph looks like this. So the graph look like this. It's a net rate in minus out. Do you see this x-intercept? And some people see the straight line. The reason why you straight line, you see this. And the problem is you gotta change your domain because it's 0 to 300. So this one's gonna be 310 here. If you change your x max, you see how many of you guys see the straight line on your graph? You gotta change your domain from 0 to 300.
I kept trying to zoom out, it was still straight.
0 to 300. That's okay. You learn. The paying is good.
Mine really like mine looked like that, but like very stretched out.
All right, paying is good. Paying is good.
At that point, bro, I'll put it against
Paying is good.
Let me see. Can I see C?
All right. So D, if you consider RFT minus 0.7, that's called net rate equal to 0. Net rate equal to 0, you're gonna get 1 point. If you got 33.013, you're gonna get another point. If you got 4 people in the line, that's gonna be the 3rd point. If you got the table set up, that's gonna be the 4th point. I'm gonna say that again. Net equal to 0, 1 point. 33.01, that's gonna give you 2nd point. The answer of 4 people is gonna give you the 3rd point. The justification is the justification is a 4th point. If you say 4 people or you say 3.8 people, it doesn't really matter. But 3.8, I can live with it. But 3.8 is gonna round it up because it's a person.
If my person didn't write anything for D, what do I need to write down?
Plus 0. So it's 0 out of 4.
I didn't know if because I have to write the answer down too, right?
Write it for them. Yeah, write it them how they work.
Today, for previous question, 3. What if I put like 0.5 over 2? Like that's still equal to like negative, like it's still equal to 1 over 4. Would you still give them for that?
Who's that?
Me.
Never put decimal on top of fraction. I'll give you the point, but never put decimal on fraction.
C, they just put an answer.
Huh?
For C, they just put C, put answer.
I don't know how he get that. Oh, Ethan, I'm gonna take out a lot of point because you didn't write shit down. You didn't write down the integral. You didn't write down nothing.
Wait, can you do it on D really quick?
You have to write stuff down. I say that on the homework too. I say that when we're going over the homework. Every video I ever did, I always write down stuff. What?
I thought it only was the ones where it said just.
In minus out? What?
So I'll give him one.
I don't see it. Corbin's and Ethan's had a both.
Okay, come on.
Okay, see,
Unfortunately, I gotta tell you, you guys have to write stuff down. We went over it. I told you guys have to write stuff down. I cannot base on 270. Ethan's really smart, but I'm gonna assume Ethan copy off from Corbin. Unfortunately, that's just it is. They're gonna assume the worst out of you. So you gotta write stuff down. Huh?
You're cooked. I didn't write it down. I got it. You're cooked.
Wait, Simon, did I get the right page?
What?
Consider ROC. Can you scroll to
Nah, bro, you failed.
Okay, I'm gonna say RT minus 0.7 equal to 0. That's 1 point. If you find out where the x-intercept, which is 33.013, that's the second point. If you find out it's 4 people in the line, that's give you a third point. If you do a table, you get a fourth point. It's very easy to earn all 4. Huh?
If they rounded for the X, they split 30.
33? No, you cannot round 3 decimal places.
Can you move the screen a little bit this one so I can see the rest of the board?
Peng is good. Huh? No, it's in minus out. There's no 20. Oh, there's no. Let me see that paper.
Because I can still do these questions right now.
I don't even know if I did this question right.
Write down the right answer for them.
How many?
How many? Yeah.
Don't even tell them the answer.
Can you zoom out?
What?
Can you zoom out?
Yeah, how many points?
How many points?
How come I get under this?
9 points out of total.
What you got the answer? You gave me a good question.
It's Corbin's paper. Take out all the points.
B, he doesn't take the integral, but he gets the answer using a process that's similar to you.
No, nothing.
You know he got the answer.
Sam's to Ethan. Sam's Corbin. Corbin copy off from Ethan. Ethan copy off from Corbin. I'm sorry. I've told you that. Like you.
I thought because it didn't say justify that I.
No, I say that from the. I say you guys gotta write shit down.
How do you even copy that?
Look. This is not AP Lit. You don't have to write an essay. You just have to write down integral between 0 to 5. B of t dt equal to something. It's not an essay. That's a lot of writing. That's not a lot of writing. That's probably least amount of writing you had to write for any AP exam. Least amount. And if you cannot give me that, I cannot give you any point. I'm trying to say that to you. You gotta get the point. You gotta learn. It's okay. Peng's good.
That's okay. Just punch the mark.
Last one. Out of 9. This one's out of 15 points.
The first one was out of 7.
All FRQ out of 9, but this one I added individual parts in there. So this one is gonna be out of 15.
First one's 10.
Oh man, I probably have a lot.
It's 2 each and 9 from 4.
I also didn't. Yeah.
Oh wait,
Nah, bro, it's 2 each. I mean,
That's everything.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I didn't have the second one.
All right. Shh. Every FRQ is out of 9 except this one. This one I have additional parts on that. If you have additional parts on that, guess what? You have to add those points. But right now, we're just going to look at the first 9 points. The first 9 points, the first point, they say speed. You must say absolute value is equal to 2 or absolute value minus 2 equal to 0. Either one is acceptable, but you have to write down absolute value of t is equal to 2. Learn to write stuff down. I don't know what to say. I say that on a video. I say that over and over and over again. Look who's here. Tony, if you are gonna come in halfway in now on, you don't even need to bother to come to my class anymore. Get the hell out right now. Get out. Huh? You thought it was a normal Friday? Okay, fine. You can stay today, but next time you better get the hell out. You don't even need to bother to come in. But I'll give you a 0 for that day, and then 0 the day after. Simon as well. Right now, Simon and Tony is the biggest issue I have. So V of t is equal to 2. Absolute value of t equal to 2. That's going to give you how many points? Look at on the right hand side. 2 points. Consider V of t is equal to 2. Answer is going to give you another point. So that's going to be 2 points. Easy point. You can get those points. I'm going to say that. On your FRQ, you gotta on the top of the paper, you're gonna say it's write shit out. So that way it remind you, you gotta write shit down. I told my son like all the time. I was like, if you don't write shit down. Daddy, stop cursing. Well, start write shit down and I start cursing. First one's 2 points. Yeah, answer is 3.128 and 3.473.
How's the 2 points?
You consider V of t is equal to 2. Absolute value V of t equal to 2. You have to write that down.
So good to know. Even if it doesn't say justify, I should justify.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you write down this, it's gonna give you 2 points completely. If you just write down first part, it's gonna give you 1 point. 9.207 has to be correct. Negative 92.7. And if you including the everything, that including this part, that's gonna give you the first point. The answer is gonna be second point. Yes.
So they have to write down the whole integral, like 10 plus 0 to 5. Because they just put S 5. They have the first one.
Write shit down. Paying is good.
What if they round to 2 decimal places?
I'm okay with that, but I told them to write down 3 decimal places. Because some calculator, they have weird. Inspire.
Yeah, like I keep changing the settings to float, like how.
Change your flow to 4, so that way they will.
I've been to all of them. Sometimes it just sounds too. Like especially on. Because like on the. Wait. Okay, no. On the head, right? Yeah, like. Okay.
But then second one, does B of t changing signs meet the considered
No, one time you sat here.
Third one or
third one, C.
yeah, that's fine, but did they get that unit right? 5.36, 3.317?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
They actually say that knock out everything. They get out 3 points. You don't have to say positive or negative because they only say change direction. Change direction is where it changing from positive to negative, negative to positive, but as long as you're changing sign, I'm okay with that.
So if they don't include the initial position, they don't get the point?
Which one in B?
For B, yeah.
Yeah. Because final positions.
For C, what if they only listed it out like one at a time?
Then that's not it. D. D, you must write down the value because I could lie to you. I can look at I can say I don't know it's speeding up or slowing down. I could have said, well, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna say it's speeding up. I'm gonna say they're both negative. So I could have guessed. So first thing you had to get a value of V of 4 is equal to negative 11.475. And A of 4 is negative 22.295. And then you can say it's speeding up. And that's 1 point. So it should, right now, should be out a total of 9 because there's 9 check here. So if you understand that there is a 9 check. Okay. Now rest of them, there's more check here after that, which is nice. This one's gonna, you have to write out. You cannot write down just an answer, guys. You're gonna get a 0 if you do just write an answer on AP exams.
Wait, but this one is the opposite. It only has justification for.
That's why you need to be here. When you were here, I told you guys that. Simon, I'm about to punch you.
For part D, this person doesn't have a numerical value, but they have a right.
Oh, I'm probably.
What?
They don't have a, like an answer number.
Well, which one?
D, but they have a justification.
B or C?
D.
D. No.
No point.
No point because you don't have value to back it up the justification. Yeah, if you need to have that value.
It's 1 point for you know.
So this is gonna be 1 check mark, check, 1 check mark. That's an easy grading.
What if they, instead of using the calculus version of the average velocity, they used just F.
Do they get the same value?
Yes. And that's 1 check.
That's my new record.
Yeah.
You have to write down the integral.
You have to write down the integral. You cannot just say it's 40.479. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you guys gotta learn to write stuff down.
3 points ain't gonna make no difference.
Paying is good. This one is a table. This one's 3 points. You have to write down. You have to consider where they equal to 0. So that 0.536 and 3.318. And if you consider endpoint, you should get another one. If you get value on all of them, you should get another one. Identify furthest left and furthest right. This one's gonna be furthest right, and this is gonna be furthest left. And I have somebody here. I think I have somebody here that got all 15 points. Yeah, she actually writes it down.
For I, if they get the one of the furthest correct, is that a point, or do they have to get both of it right?
You can give him 1 point.
They don't have a table, but they wrote it down. And they
Okay, you can give him 1 point.
Okay.
Out of 3, it's not gonna kill me. So I think the only person really listened to me is this person. I think it's Sophia. I think Sophia got like pretty much every single point I can think of that you can get here. So just on this question, she already earned more than all you guys. But there's some people pay attention to details. Yeah, that's beautiful.
What did I do wrong here? Because I added up to only 13 points, so I
So-
need a point somewhere.
This is 9 points. First row part is 9
5,
points.
6, 7, 8. So where's the 9th point? There?
Look on the side.
3.
And
Oh, I
four.
didn't say 3. And that's for C.
I was thinking like something like.
And then
And this one is 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3.
okay, so if this is the answer that they got, they got this one wrong, they got this one right, and they said
+1. I'm okay with +1 here. All right, add up all the points. It should be something out of 33. Don't worry, I'm not grading on a scale of AP exam. But the first time, I'm gonna penalize you like crazy. But the second time, you're gonna learn from it, so you gotta learn stuff to write down. Huh?
So he wrote the equation for us. Oh, how did he do it?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get a really sad score.
No, that's right. That's right. No, but you could do. It's not AP Lit. AP Lit, your hand will be cramping by the second effort. second essays.
I don't know. Oh, Mr. Yu, what were the points for I?
HI. Last part. If they have the chart, it's gonna get all 3 points.
Chart, even if some of the things are in there.
Which number is wrong?
They're all. I'm just making sure.
Okay, yeah.
So the
They
chart.
yeah, the chart should be good to be all 3 points. I don't feel bad about myself. I get depressed.
Like go home and cry, and then you come the next day and you're like, forgot to all dog shit. It's not me, it's you.
I just express to you. Push out the responsibility to you.
Who had changed? Who had changed?
Alright, give it to me. Put it right here.
Mr. Yu, I didn't finish. Mr. Yu.
Yeah, bro, I did pretty good, I can't lie.
Wait, Chase, what did you do?
Oh, I got a 20 out of 33.
Mr. Yu, I didn't finish it. Right?
Yo, I lied. Why you thought you got everyone wrong? Bro, I kind of thought I did, bro.
What did I get?
I calculated it.
I win.
Catch yourself the rest.
Bro, sit down, bro. You got so many. I know I got you.
Hey, what you think?
I didn't finish reading.
Huh?
I didn't finish reading.
He's done.
You wanna grade it?
I did.
You got pain in the eye.
I didn't. It's not done grading. I didn't finish.
Do you think creation all of them?
No, I didn't finish.
Most of them.
No.
Why?
I had to do 2 of them.
Huh?
I had to do 2 of them.
Oh.
You
Put it here.
Yeah.
Bro, it's not my fault.
I cooked so hard.
You're burned.
Yeah, I'm burning.
You cooked so hard. And you're burned.
So bad. On the first one, I literally
I know the guy. I want to see what I got wrong.
She's so happy.
How was your condition? On my six.
Why not an eye?
punch it in wrong to the calculator.
80.
I know.
She can't even type in the function in the calculator. Oh, this is why my AB kids suck.
Can I put like a just like an example here and use it for the both? That specific.
Just write down the right answer next time.
I have the right answer.
I don't care. Shit.
I have the right answer. What am I missing? I'm sorry. You get? They're 20. 33. That's still better than most class I gave. I know, but still, bro. I'm gonna have more. I sold on one question, like using this shit. And I didn't fully write shit down. I wrote pretty well. You made a lot of setup points? No, I'm just like nothing. Not laughing.
Why?
He's not
He's not here today? Have you liked me?
No, I'm not sure.
You can pass AP Calculus with A and fail English. You regular.
What English? This is regular.
You're taking regular English now.
What did they think of this? Why? I got asked to the lane senior cleaning practice ever. We did it.
Can I say it?
Who else is gonna sit there? Owner's table, my project.
What did they even do?
I didn't want to see it.
or a bacon? How was it?
Did I do it? My dad.
Bagel.
Name, right?
Wait, where was it? It's like pretty forward.
We don't really have a bagel. I'm not bagel. What, fucking made bagel in the place? What do I want? Remember that pan show she got? Made bagel.
1 minute remaining until class.
What? Pizza?
Every time we come in.
Never happened, probably.
Pretty good.
How expensive this stuff is. Yeah,
You should get a Stanley Cup.
you know what the worst part is? The handle came separate. You had to buy a handle separate.
The handle came separate.
The handle, bro, it was like an additional
I saw a video yesterday about a person.
Where'd you get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny.
You know, I got funny.
No, the same score as you. Nowhere at the same score as you. That makes me so depressed. Dude, I don't even know what I did. I did all the math right. The worst part, I did all the math right.
Yeah. Yeah, how you feel? I caught up. Yeah, you were talking so much shit. So much shit you talking.
Dude, I literally got the people right for D. I got it right. I did a table. I was putting like every fucking number.
You're wrong.
I got it right.
I'm bad.
I
I don't care.
No, she great my test. I don't believe this shit I used.
Yeah.
You got that list.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
Mr. E, I don't know what I did wrong, bro. I don't know my explanations, bro. Like,
Yeah, we both got time. Actually, I got 21 because I put a justification right. Yeah. You was like, what's up?
I'm always in the middle, bro. I don't want to fucking win like 10 years old. You know what I'm saying? Third quarter small piece. It's not even like the math, though. It's fucking efficient.
Maybe I'm not. I told you I have me this shit. I told you I was you were. Shit crazy. Like all that shit.
Oh, I swear to God.
Same story.
My mom's
I don't
gonna
know.
do that.
You put them on the camera. You put them on the content. You put them on the other shit. I don't know. Yeah, it's coming. It's like 4 years probably freaking like YouTube.
Why are you here?
Because I don't want to say anything.
That's very real. It's hot.
No, it's not.
So, you got another test? So I can redo it?
Give me the check.
Like record?
You got nothing ready.
No, I heard. Give a more serious test.
Are you still playing basketball?
You got who this year? You got who?
What?
Got who? Put up some shots.
I should. My back's been hurting a lot.
Look at that dude.
No, it's starting. It would turn now.
Alright.
Now I can turn. Before I can turn like this. That's how far I can turn. Now I can actually turn.
Learn how to test you.
He doesn't write shit down either.
Yeah.
So it's Ethan.
Yeah.
Ethan take out like 6 points on this questions.
Yeah.
Like he didn't even write down anything. Like he probably take out like 15 points.
What was your test on?
All you have to do is write down integral
I believe it's
between
crazy.
0 to 5 v of t dt is equal to 9 point thing. They don't even bother to write shit down.
Was that for people?
Yeah.
Ah.
What the hell you got in it? They're so unbelievably mad. It's so sad. We got the same score.
No, dude, I don't even. I want to count. I even like bothered my way by like going to the table. I looked at the graph and find where the integral would slightly increase for the escalator one. I was like, oh, that's the point where it must be the lowest.
How you do that part game?
Yeah, she clicked on it. I don't know who. She was good.
Oh yeah, I know. I don't even play. That's it.
Ew.
Yeah, sure. That's what it is.
I'm good at math.
And that one is really organized. She's really organized.
I think having the first page, I don't know the first page, like organize everything really well. Is it just write down like what does need to be write down? Doesn't have any necessary things. That's a really question, right? That's hard.
Yeah, it's like perfect.
I think she got every single point. Maybe she got every single point. Maybe not D. Wait, point is forward. It was 3 points. 1, 2, 3. Okay. There's only one part here.
Okay.
You probably got 30 out of the first. Huh?
Where did this come from?
Just over there. Yeah, she's always, her test is always, I love the way her test is. It's like, even if it's wrong, I can see where it's wrong immediately. I don't have to.
It's all about rigor test.
Huh?
It's all about rigor test.
No, I'm not good. Kang is good. Kang is good.
And then the episode we did dimensions.
I think what's worse is you told him that you got a same score.
No, I get 6 4.
Oh.
That's what you
Nathan's not gonna talk for a while. It's gonna be in depression mode. Hurting his mental health right now.
You Brazilian 0.
Yeah, you were talking about grit. Have grit.
Landon, do you know your score?
I want to know my score.
Well, actually, honestly, that the person grading you taking easy on you. They're gonna sweep the board today.
Really?
Huh?
They go sweet.
I say they're gonna sweep on a pepperoni
What do you mean?
because I usually don't go.
Do we have to go there?
No, I'm gonna hide inside.
Oh, it's.
We all hide in there? What, you know, man?
Oh no, you guys should go. Don't come to my room.
Bobby, like we can say because we're.
You're ordering pizza, right?
Huh? You want to order pizza?
Mhm.
But they're expensive.
Please, let me come here. What?
I'll contribute like 25% of the price if you let me pull up.
Okay, the thing is that I have to get both pep rallies.
Hold on.
My
Why you looking at me?
cheerleading coach. So like, what if I do like?
Who's your teacher?
No,
Pastelo's not the coach anymore. It's scam.
it's not chocolate. So I don't make them go to one, and then can I come to this class after?
No, if you walk this way, they're gonna pull you out.
Yeah.
I'll be here for 6, so I'm fine.
I just want to order pizza.
Man, what?
Yo.
Gary, you did really bad. Go over it now. Go over it now. You need to know how to do. Gary,
Yeah.
remember what I told you. You have to be positive thinking. You gotta learn, like it says, even you did bad, there's something else casted up on here. That means I gotta go pick it up. Most of the time you come here, you just eat lunch. You never really want to work at something, or you work on other things. But if you really want to get better and you really want to get A in this class, the only saving grace that you have is going to AP exam. I don't have the test, but you can see the empty test over there. You can go through it. You know, you cannot do empty test. You can see the empty test in the back.
I'm just gonna check which one's empty.
You can do it in the back. There's empty one there. Is Ryan a senior or junior?
Junior Ryan's.
Are we done with the hospitals?
Yeah.
Are we done with
Yeah.
I don't understand I think there's no X next to 0.7.
It's constant rate. It's constant. It's 0.7. Let's say if I have a constant of 2 miles per hour, I'm always driving 2 miles per hour. So that's going to be 2. Why? Because you integrate it, it's going to be a month, right? So it'll be 2t. But you integrated 2, not 2t. Because just imagine you drive 10 hours, then that's going to be what? 20 miles. Because you integrated 2, not integrated 2t. If you integrate 2t, it's going to be way more.
No, but the thing, I don't understand it.
Rajesh, he doesn't understand why it's 0.7, not 0.7t.
So, what for, it's a constant, right? So like that's that, so like what I'm saying is like, it is increasing, like, every second. But this is also a decrease.
I would grab the clock.
Yeah, so you, right? Yeah. They wanna be like this. Yeah, but I'm saying like, okay, but like, at 1 second, right? You lost 0.7.
Yeah, and then I how many seconds?
Well, so how many do we have? 0.7 per second.
No, you're using 0.7 per second constantly. So every second is 0.7.
What do you think?
It's not stacking unless you integrate.
Okay, but like, let's see, you put that in the equation, right? You put minus 0.7.
This is your right. Okay. So the whole confusing part is the rates, not the actual number of people. So this R of T, what is horrible as one? Okay. R of T is like velocity.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not even velocity. And the same thing with 0.7. This is also velocity. So think of it like one. At 1 second, how fast am I going?
That's right.
Further than that. At 300 seconds, how fast am I going? No, 0.7. Now hold on. At 300 seconds, how far am I traveling? Yeah. Why? Because from going from velocity to position, what do? We integrate it, right? So integrating 0.7. Yes, that's what you're talking about.
The thing is, I get that, but I also don't, I feel like someone comes from like. You have that in equation.
Yeah.
You do minus 0.7. No matter like 7. This equation has increased, but you're still just minus.
So R of t, the whole purpose, you know, it's horrible. This is still a rate.
Yeah.
It's not a position. If you want to solve for position, you integrate the whole thing. That's why when we do like how many people. So the way the wording is, so when it asks for like the number of people, that's equal to my position. When it asks for like how many, but then when it's asking for like people being added per a unit of time, that's like a loss. So the
I
actual,
get that.
okay.
I just don't understand why it's. I get it. I get it, but I also feel like the other.
It's still weird. Okay.
I understand why it's right. I just feel like.
It's a constant. Like I'm driving 5 mile per hour. Then if I drive for 5 hours, it's gonna be 25 miles. Now if you put a 5t, right? That's a 5x. So if you integrate a 5x, it's gonna be 5x squared over 2. And between 5, there'll be 125 over 2. It'll be a really big number. It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. I just needed someone more than like integral, saying like that. I need someone to explain like why it's wrong. Yeah. I just feel like it's a constant, but I didn't understand why it would like not.
Why wouldn't
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got it.
Okay.
So 0.7t is gonna be the
Position.
position will be amount of people.
That's what I was like thinking.
So, but you don't want to put amount of people in the rate. You want to put amount of people at after integral.
That's what my mistake was. I put it in this. Thanks.
17.
I'm thinking of way how I show you how it's not wrong.
I feel like you just have to like understand if that's what the other one has to understand.
No, but there's where it's not wrong.
Solve it maybe.
And it's like
I searched up random FRQ exam.
you could try the basic.
Nathan. Nathan, let it burn inside you.
Oh man, it really getting swords. We go to the 20.
Let it burn inside you, so that way you know. Nathan, look, you learn more from losing again than winning again. That's true though, right?
This is true.
You learn more shit when you lose things. Losing is good. Long as you bounce back. Losing is good.
You got complacent. You're doing better.
I didn't study low.
That makes it better. No one in there was so sad. Oh my god.
My wife Oh, wait, hold on.
Mr. Ye, Is h prime of p like the same thing as dh over dt?
Well, what are you talking?
I'm doing this problem. It's like integrals. with
Nathan,
related
don't
rate.
look up stuff.
No, I need it. I need it right.
Nathan, I respect you, but if you look at the question, doesn't mean that all the question that has the skill. So the question I found is the skill you already have.
Learn the skill.
You don't have enough skill for this question.
It's kind of funny.
I'm enjoying it. I'm not gonna lie.
You enjoyed this.
I'm enjoying this. 3 months I just talking went down.
Nathan, remember how you were talking about how you were better than everyone else?
Yeah, shit crazy. Man, I hope more than one test. No, this is not going to man. They've been doing things that do some positive thinking.
You think of this as one thing.
And that's fun. This is
right. You have to take the integral of that.
They don't even have.
About like how many.
It's gonna punch you in the face.
He will.
Oh, yeah. It's gonna punch you in the face. That'll be funny.
I'm gonna walk on the stairwell.
So if you do that, we got 50 people. So that means you know.
I would say you kind of deserve it if we punch you in the face.
I do kind of deserve it. You know, it's calculated duty. This is like a phone number. Hey, but he's like, cause I said he was British.
So the key grade over 300. So if you look at the rate in, so that's like no one is writing that. You don't go. It's like
So I can.
Yeah. So when you
Equals 0 seconds, dude. 0.
you could do that, but I think an even rate of EQ is like so you at 300. So you have to think you start.
No one's skill.
All you have to do is
Huh?
What's the AP skill?
70 is 5. 42 is a 3.
So 20 out of 33 of 60. That's like a 4.
That's a 4.
Just doing what's your answer? Which one? No, there's no answers.
Oh, well, I'll start with you.
I don't know how.
For the year and the.
How long did it take you?
Question. Yeah. How many do you don't have to finish? Sir? Okay. 5. 4. I got B and C. I missed A. 9 is on B. At all. Got it. I wrote some random shit.
Let's say different. This is a different scenario. Let's say I went by 400 miles, and I'm driving at 10 miles per second.
Wait,
Or 10
are the A, B, B,
10 miles per
and
hour.
C?
How many hours will it
I
take?
think I had 22 out of 30.
How do you do that? Okay, you start with C.
Wait, what is it?
What?
How much is it? 50. 50 is it?
55. 55 out of 108.
Multiple choice or one, two? Ah.
But that's
How much is 50?
This is the time after.
55 out of 108.
We have to add.
53%.
Yeah, because this is the time after. Should you start? Ask people. You add.
Be very precise on it. You don't need to write a whole bunch of shit.
Miss J, you wanna check my answer?
Oh.
3 months of shit talk I had to do with the AP cam, bro. I would wake up, dude. I made so many dumb mistakes in the second one, bro. That should have been like a given 15.
Be precise on what you're writing down. It's like it doesn't need to write down a lot of shit.
I just don't buy that.
It's just very precise. She's not perfect, but she's very precise on what she writes down.
Because it's asking.
It's not too far from the scoring.
Oh, second question's on the first part.
Going back to like.
It looks like it's going, bro. That's crazy.
Like, so, you go, you go for 10 hours, right?
Get 27. North got 29.
Or we got 29.
Yeah, she got 29.
So North is very close to scoring back.
Okay, so,
Who is Nora?
so we.
They all look that training group.
Nora,
Canadian, bro. So we have.
Oh,
It's really precise. Just write down a lot of
See,
things.
it's out. What could be here? Like, we start out.
But she really just look at it and she counts that. And then write down what it's needed. What's the next unit? Logger.
When you,
I got the homework today.
when,
yeah, what's it?
sorry, 33.
Miss J, can you grade it?
No.
He said no.
It's okay, Adrian. Take it easy.
No. This is like a question. Like, I'm actually so satisfied. This is so satisfying.
Walk away, bro.
This is all right.
Like, go to class. Hey, that's what you said when you said you want to look at it.
I had a lot of customer stories thing if you wanted to get one.
They have answer key.
No, I tried. Bro. Oh, okay, let's see.
Mr. J, Mr. J, you're so that's very.
Alright, fine. So, okay, 15 out of 33.
15? Okay.
The guys should take easy on you. You didn't take it off the point out.
Take the number. I'm sorry.
You just need to write stuff.
Yeah. This is like, I
And a lot of you guys cannot calm down when you take a test. That's the problem. Nathan cannot calm down. Lyndon cannot calm down. I think the most common person or like common person they usually do the best is Sophia is probably the common person I think. I just feel like she's very thorough. She's never like like Nathan.
bro. I feel like Nathan, the moment he gets that's why he's like,
That fall, I go around and like saying,
That was like me last year. Like, every year. For every last year, I would get the class as soon as possible. Because you let us take us.
why the
Take
fuck
it as soon as possible.
Nathan will not give me the test. Nathan will not give me the test.
No, you have to like write out really
But
quick.
like,
Make it
bad
really
grade, a freak on it.
Don't
I'm like, always. I talk about this. Actually crazy. It's insane. You're putting on.
I like no, I've always been stuff. Like now it's
Nathan, you need a hug?
Nathan, month of shit talking. Nathan, it's all about positive thinking. Positive thinking is great. Come on, man.
He's so upset right now.
Okay, he's not having this. You may not hear from him for like a week, but it's okay.
Order pizza.
You're gonna order it.
You want some?
How much does it cost to put in?
I don't know. I'll ask everybody. Hold on a second. Let me ask. Let's see who's gonna chip in for pizza. BC group. Who want to chip in for pizza? I think it's like $18 a pizza though. It's pretty expensive. But that's only one I can walk there and get it.
also has FR cubes, right?
Yeah, but the FRQ is a joke. You want to see it? They're pretty funny. They're kind of stupid. Stupidly easy. Like stupidly easy. Wait, I have it here. Like, you can probably figure out how to do it just by looking at it. I think this one might be kind of hard because this is polar. Oh. The function of g of h is given by secant of x, cosecant of x. H of x is a sine of 2x, cosine of x. Rewrite a g of x involve only one trigonometry function. That's crazy, stupidly easily. Like,
It's like half an MCQ in calculus.
I'm like, this is retarded. This is, they make it. They make a pre-cal so easy that we're.
Should now be back from A1.
It's. I mean.
I wouldn't mind if you dropped one of these on one of the tests. This is just a quiz that you gave us on the video.
No, not even.
No, less than that.
It's less than that.
Way easier than
2 sine of x, cosine of x. Drop, cancel out a cos. I don't even need to write down. I just write the answer. I don't. The other one is gonna be sine of a cosine is 10. It's like, okay. So the first part is easy. Second part, cosine of x, j of x equal to negative square root of 2. There are two values. At 5 pi over 6. No, yeah, at 5 pi over 6 and 7 pi over 6. Solve k of x equal to pi over 4. Now that one's kind of hard. I mean, sine.
Not really, no, you just move side over. So it's fine. I mean, like, if you know.
Sine of pi over 4 is square root 2 over 2 divided by 2. So square root 2 over 4.
You can do it here.
Yeah. The function m, find the input value domain with your output is 1/2. My goodness, this is easy. This is a cake. I mean, I don't know. They do have polar equations, so that's kind of like, that's kind of good because for BC. Show you the second one. So they have to use limits, so which is that's a little bit different. So you have to say limit x approach infinity of f of x is equal to infinity. And you have to say limit x approaching negative infinity. That is gonna be, if negative infinity is what?
I mean, you know, you get a calculator. Do you have to prove it, or do you just have to graph it?
No, you had to write down limits.
You don't have to, like, solve it for the
Yeah.
Just look at the graph.
You can look at the graph.
So you have to write limit.
Yeah. I like, they are like stupid easy. Judas 7 of C. Are you serious? This is like algebra 1 question. Huh? This is their FRQ.
This is their final FRQ.
Look, this is algebra 1. I can have like algebra 1 kid pass this. 3 plus 4, 7. 7 minus 6, 1. C is equal to 1. I'm so depressed by looking at this. I'm depressed by looking at this. That's how bad it is. Drop the 3 in the front. And then you just break it up this. And that's not hard. 5x cubed. Like I didn't even look at this. This is the first time I'm looking at it.
Really?
And my test is like 1,000 times harder than this, so I'm not worried about it. Now this one's kind of hard. I think a lot of kids don't have a hard time with this one.
Oh. So you factor.
Yeah, just factor it. You would 2 to the x minus 6, 2 to the x minus 1, and then 2 to the x equal to 6, so is 64, I think. No, 2 to oh, natural log. It's gonna be natural log.
That's probably like the hardest question of it.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, if you a little bit of math intuition, algebra 2 skill, I think you should ace this thing. You should get a 5. I mean, but I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some back hit and freak out. They don't belong there. But this is a way easier than my test. Well, I won't say easier, but it just like the work is a lot less.
There's such a jump between pre-calc and calculus. Like pre-calc is supposed to get you ready for calculus. But like obviously this calculus will be
Let me show you IB exam look like. IB exam's much better than this. I don't think they have pre-calc, but they would call it math SL exam. SL is the lower level. So mock exam paper. So at least this is a good because the math Excel is including statistics, so you need to know like normal distributions. Gradient means slope. That's it. But like question like this is, I mean, perpendicular to. Okay, that's
right.
Yeah, so you need to be able to take a derivative. Now this is a.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you gotta take a derivative of this. And then set it equal to opposite reciprocal of this or something like that. So I mean, this is test is legit questions. They are like, even though there was some easy like box whisker plot, but it's still legit. Which maximum velocity? This is good questions. But not like those stupid question 7 to the what power. That's ridiculous. So yeah, this is called paper 1. And they are paper 2. Paper 2 is a little bit harder. So it's 90 minutes, 90 minutes. So it's 1.5 hour. Yeah, so they have. I mean, I would just say like their wording and their idea is like not as simplified as this. I mean, there's a probability notation. Like, let's look at this. This is probably. Yeah, you gotta take a derivative. So you still need to know a little bit calculus.
IBs are better than ABs, right?
They're better prepared because they have British system.
But like college and Cambridge.
Calculus, college should give a lot of weight to IB kids. If you can handle IB, you can handle anything. Now I'm talking about a good kid from IB can handle anything. Good kid from IB is like equate to taking 7 AP classes, 6 AP classes. Like now they have, so just for example, like just English paper. This is a math, right? They have to write a paper for math. So they have to write a research paper for math. So remember I told you Sadat is one of the kids I was mentioned about. He was able to solve that problem. He wrote a research paper about eigenvalues. And it was like differential equation research paper. And he was able to write it. He was able to write it in like a day. And it's just phenomenal. So like just if you take Spanish, you have to pass oral exam. So they will give you, they will have it like they have an examiner that's gonna say, okay, let's talk about weather today. And you're gonna spend 5 minutes talk about weather in Spanish. And they record you. And the recording is gonna be great. Send it to the main grader, and grader is gonna have to grade the recording and give you like 0 out of 20. So even Spanish is real Spanish, right? French is really French. English, you have to write extended essay, 6,000 words. And that's hard essay. That's not easy. I don't think any of our high school in Olympia can do 6,000 word essay except ChatGPT, but yeah, you can actually. But yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, so is this all one exam? So like probability, statistics, calculus is all one exam. So you have to study for it all.
You have to know a lot of shit. So they have a something called math SO exam. So HL is even harder. This is HL. Let me show you HL. HL paper. So HL paper is harder. Practice exam. Practice exam. So this SL. They don't even have HL paper here. So HL paper is it's kind of hard. So let me see if we can find it. IB math.
Please
HL.
release your students for
Practice
B1.
exam. So this will be a practice exam for HL. Wait, I cannot go in because I didn't pay for it.
This is like SAT is just made for like my levels.
Yeah, this will be perfect for you. Like this will be perfect for Matthew, you, Marcos. All the BC kids will be able to handle this.
I feel like I would have to but it's such a broad range. I don't know what it needs to say.
Yeah, you have to know. You have to know your. Let me see if we can find a. Give it a question. Okay, so those. So HL paper is a little bit harder. So yeah, you have to do chi-square tests. You have to take this Ferris wheel to change to sine functions. But they give you a graph. You have to convert this to the sine with the correct A value. A value is probably easy to determine. It's just the amplitude. Amplitude here. B value is going to be kind of hard because you had to set it equal to 2 pi. 80 is equal to 2 pi. 80 equal to B over 2 pi. So it'll be 160 pi. Pi was 40, sorry. And then D is equal to, so this is what calculus, this is a test, this is a HL paper look like. And they're pretty hard. So let's look at test 2. They have paper 1, 2, 3. Everything is all word problems. No, this is normal distributions.
There's no like, is there any L? No. Wow.
Paper 1, paper 2. This is a tough test. Like even like algebra 1 questions, like this algebra 1 question. It's not easy. Yeah, I think you got like 13 out of 33 or something like that. PJ, you're lucky you're not here. You get a 0.
Finally, and I got a 700 on that.
I'm not surprised. Your mom go to MIT. If you got less than 700, that'll be kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Your mom, but
Why were you skipping English this week?
No.
Oh, he's not here.
I wasn't planning to skip one. I was just like,
Okay.
I'm not on what stuff.
Yo. I got you then. That's psychology.
Avidas, you know what you got, right? Huh?
What?
I think 25 out of 33.
25.
Wow, it was totally too much.
Matthew.
Yeah.
You okay? You're so quiet.
Oh, yeah.
It's you still miss your cat? Is that what caused you more quiet? Significantly more quiet.
I mean, I happened like November last year.
I know that. I haven't even
I was
mentioned right
junior.
now.
Huh?
Talk to you later. We're
Same time?
It gave me like
It's only in the time frame?
like 4,200,000 or something. It's
I don't
crazy.
know. I don't know.
But you cat that this year.
Last year.
Oh, last year November. No. You told me when you were in BC Cal.
Yeah, what? Yeah, the
That's not junior. You're senior.
yeah, I know, but like she died when I was a junior. And that was the like
Oh, that's a time period.
yeah.
Huh?
Are we allowed to get our?
You're not allowed to take it to. Okay, so leave it in the same pile. Long as you put it back in the same period, I'm okay. But I would rather look at empty tests. But you can look at it first where you got wrong first. Is everything okay though? That's homework at fun, right?
What?
Lemon comparison test. Compare correct complete.
I know to do number 24.
Wait for it. Daniel, do you know how to do number 24?
But maybe there's just something.
What?
When you said we had homework, is it the log one?
No, today is gonna be today's homework. Log is before.
Okay.
Log is just prepare for you the next year.
Yeah.
Anybody want chip in for pizza? No,
What?
because that pizza is kind of expensive.
Costello's? The 20. No. I'm leaving.
Are you guys gonna pepperoni?
What the heck? Who graded your?
It's not like I usually do anything during
Why'd they write it like that?
He said write it big.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm exposing myself every time I wear this shirt.
Why is that explosive?
Because he would know. Some people don't know I'm a senior. So then I'm like,
Oh, I understand. I think the last question.
You are 1 year younger than most people,
yeah, I'm younger than most of the juniors.
Yeah, I mean, we can do both.
right?
Because I was born later.
Did you get an answer? Like, what did you get?
I would go to college, finish all the classes.
Yeah, 21.65.
The last one?
What is this thing?
So,
All of them.
I don't think that's right.
I didn't. I'm not gonna take it. I have to redo the entire thing anyways.
Ever connect with someone where you're mutual disdain for autistic?
Rebuff. What are you saying? What are you saying?
It doesn't matter.
You probably don't want to hear it anyway.
I don't understand that.
What am I gonna do with you?
I don't know what I would be doing. I will like but I'm still pretending. Yes, I'm ingredient.
No.
Who wants to chip for me? I know that would have changed.
Chip in for pizza.
Use the
Chip in, yeah. That's
I don't need your propositions.
You know what that is?
Yeah, I didn't know what that was.
Wait, what?
Preposition.
Hey, Mr. Hey, what the heck? Who is this guy? Talking about
He's
preposition?
secretly really good at English.
Talk about preposition.
There's no way.
Who wants to chip for pizza?
Alright, so which ones are next?
Okay.
I got so annoyed because they didn't send the schedule today. Like, how am I supposed to know?
You come in on time.
Well, yeah, I came on time because like my friends told me.
Okay,
But
11.
like, why didn't they didn't post it on Instagram? They didn't send it on student body.
obviously this is gonna be the greatest.
You already know yesterday, today, February.
So this is not less than that. You never know when that greater.
I don't know either.
This is
This is
divergent.
great. Okay, so wait, that's fine.
You're the teacher.
I only teach by period. I don't give a shit about what kind of schedule they have. I'm just gonna get pissed when they give me the schedule that's short.
It's not
I have less thing to teach.
going.
Because this is a weird thing, like, but just think about
Right,
it.
right, so
The bigger-
Daniel's like, just think about it.
That's what's good. Like, you just have to think about it, right? So the
He's
bigger
using
one,
his magnesium on me.
no, that, no,
Oh, I gotta pay you. I forgot.
teaching,
Just 1 hour, right?
yes. Well, probably the weekend.
Alright.
I'll text you when we get on the weekend.
Okay, here we go.
I gotta text him
We
first.
said that this is greater than 1.
No, less.
This is greater than 1 over n.
What do you mean?
That is greater than 1 over n. If you compare this, we're saying it's less than n over n squared. That is equal to 1 over n. 1 over n is not greater than n.
What is? Because if you add one to the denominator, that makes it.
I'm not working on this until class.
That,
Maybe I'm.
You finished?
I kind of just made an assumption.
Kelly, do you have phone?
there's teaching like people. Some people just don't. Well,
Farm.
it's still frustrating teaching some people.
Because after I left yesterday, I went to work and I went home and slept. That's why I did as much as I could in 7th period.
Oh,
Okay.
Yes, but it's bigger.
oh yeah. Okay, so then the convergence.
No, so this diverges, okay? So if the bigger one diverges, you don't know what happens to the small.
You have to do the whole 1 over n. But then what you can do is you can just do the limit. You can do the divergence step. So if n approaches infinity, that's going to equal 0. And if it equals 0, then that means it's going to converge or diverge.
Converge or diverge, yeah. So you don't, this doesn't matter, like, the thing that I'm asking is.
So then now do I have to
Yeah, you can, but you had to put it back in the same pile.
Yeah. With an divided by. So what's wrong? What's wrong?
Okay. Okay.
Popping is
So
like
you
I'm pretty sure that
Yeah, 19 would be.
probably around there. Like when you go through the root of
I opened my notebook and there's like water. And it's like all wet. I'm like, what?
Beta, that's you.
oh yeah.
Are you going to-
What?
Oh, it's not. I literally don't have no idea how it's wet.
Beta, you're just being you. I'm like you, so I'm not the one to talk.
Oh, that's what I got.
But I know how you are because I'm like that.
I'm dumb. No.
Maybe I.
Okay.
And. Figure here.
I just
So
saw the
let me approach it.
Yeah.
So this is AN.
That should have been just me.
Wait, is it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I messed up on that.
These are the things. Like, this is AN.
You never know.
That's what, like, it's the 60.
Yeah, 60. You already have.
Yeah, what's the question?
What, how many questions?
11.
11?
I'm getting one.
So, what is
We're
it?
getting
I have 11.
It is.
I'm just missing.
I'm
one.
actually kind of mad.
Or I have.
Okay. Wait, so this is A?
Bro, why did I? Why did I?
That's what Kyle said.
Okay.
He could be wrong.
Wasn't bad though. I only got to chapter like 11, but I still got it.
Because I didn't write dudes 270. Like,
We were both at
You really got
because this is 2 points. So you have to put like, oh, where did
And
and I forgot to write the integral.
No, this is A.
You notice so much more.
I understand why it's because if it's just RT minus 0.7, that's just the rate of people inside.
I literally did that on
oh,
my
you should have lied on
This is a problem.
Will you?
In positive.
I do not know how you have it. I was not.
I'm not with.
Oh, okay.
I was
Oh, okay.
not. What other noise? Okay, I got 5 in
Oh yeah, that's right. He got he was just talking about it.
We keep, yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was up there. No.
Each other.
Okay,
You all go.
I got one.
Oh,
So what do we-
I thought Gainesville.
Then, so,
I think he went over both will die. I was trying this in June.
okay, and you know, this one,
The math competition is.
divergent, this one.
That's nice.
Cause it's like the limit says, right? If it approaches a number that's finite.
You let people roll
I think it's so funny when I saw them all last year.
Both
And they're going together.
You could think it could be either converge or diverge.
It's gonna be cool.
So you look at.
They're having to look at two things.
I'm gonna go with you guys.
You can do
Okay.
I'm like, should I use that?
Yeah,
Why did you think in terms of like coding? Because these are.
You need to say
Wait, I
like,
already asked. Tony's parents might be volunteering that day, right?
so like why do it?
Pizza, right? Don't some people
You
have
direction,
no,
Direction
Oh, yeah.
change at 0.
but what if, like,
Why is that so?
like, what would make this
Or
not
like-
be
Or
It's a lot of it's all you had to do
One of
was
the
that.
sequences will confirm to be.
Anthony, are you performing in the Wind Festival?
Oh, Anthony, you know what? The girl before you, I know you want to see somebody special.
No, this one.
Oh, Anthony, there's somebody special there?
Oh, harmonic series.
We would like to
Yeah.
know.
I'm playing.
Like,
They're-
oh, let me
they're-
think.
they're girls.
Okay.
No, but you understand. You gotta think quick.
That's no girl. How about a girl from what's it? What'd you say last time? Temple Creek?
Oh, I don't care about.
Oh, that was a random girl.
The Asian?
Yeah, so, okay, you get this one.
You gotta do it. Oh,
You get a value. And if you get any value. Right? Well, okay, once you find it.
What about you?
Then you
Isn't
just
it
write it.
cute?
You look at both of them, you read this
Wait, what happened?
Then.
What did you say? I missed that.
Then you have to use it. And actually, after the
I kinda wanna learn that.
Anthony, if it gives you a negative number, you're like zero.
No, no.
Yeah, what if you get negative?
Wait, what?
No, don't worry about it.
You should grab.
When you're like, oh, what's wrong with this? Every time you do this whole thing.
Yeah, what you get for.
What'd you say? What'd you say about a girl?
Oh, don't worry about it. Guys, I'm gonna try and win the teddy bear again.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna spend max like,
We can go help you.
yeah.
There's no answer.
No, but bro, I know the method. You gotta go to the fishbowl game. The one that you throw it in and there's
I
like,
use this for the, thing.
that's the method. I'll make you guys all throw balls. I'm gonna get that bear. I don't care. It's not funny anymore.
Why can't we replace it with a shell one?
My thing, I think this is a PC. I'll be greater. So this is.
So much money at that.
Sometimes I can handle you, but I still.
Bro, I think this is a toxic relationship.
Like for me.
You are
Kind of true.
It's a toxic. We're both hurting each other in this.
Don't worry, I'm not breaking up with you.
Let me. This is abuse.
Bob, you got 5 more months. You got 5 more months.
No, he was like, I hate calculus. This is all I'm
No, I'm not breaking up with you. What do you mean? You want to do like finance?
You don't need calculus for finance. You need like at most calculus a week. I've already got it.
Oh, wait, that is 2x.
You won this before us.
I'll do it.
No. Then 3x.
I've been.
Like, is there any marker in this classroom that cannot have this?
Like Star Wars. Oh.
Well, there's Star Wars.
Oh, right? I'll this on Dude Perfect.
So that's not on the Comic Con?
Bob knows, bro.
Thanks, Bob.
If I can.
They just reload it every time.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah.
No,
okay,
no,
like,
like, take the board and any marker and do it like at the same time. You don't have to like.
I appreciate that.
No, alright, so look.
Let me rewrite the question with my new. Okay.
Yo, I need new markers.
Oh no, Bob, don't do it to all of them.
No.
Mr. A, he had a trick. He made the markers like, I don't know, he revived it.
It's just easier to do with like the string or something. Like tape.
Just
No, I'm not gonna do it again. One and done.
Oh.
You use like centrifugal motion to like
Bring it to draw it.
yeah all that. Yeah.
Oh, it's too. It's fine. What floor? Right.
Dude, I tried.
You are okay, I can see it, but he, but like, this fucking Sean Anderson. Yeah, he looks he wears the back having the front to three.
Everyone who sent something to me about that, look, Sean's my friend, but he's still working on it. Like, I see the progress. He just needs to.
No, I'm not saying no, I'm just saying like right now.
It's cooking. It's in the process. Yeah. It's like, you know, senior superlative. He's going for big as well, like, right? I'm just saying, like.
Well, it's not people.
It's in progress. It's in progress. It's like if you're ugly, you get unugly.
Yeah, I can say that.
Revolve did, bro. I'm proud of Revolve for that. He's back in middle school, man. You know, I wrote my college essay about it. Like being fat and shit. Like,
I think you're fat though.
I was done with shows.
No.
I was, yeah.
I think the classes.
Yeah, I mean, the classes didn't do much for me. I just had to get my hair right and then get rid of like face fat. Honestly, I'm still working on it too, but like, you don't have to talk about it like that.
I'm just saying, no, if you're coming down and you're oh, that's
I'm allowed to do it.
You compare? No, she wasn't fine with
No,
it, right?
I'll check.
We compare this
Do you
to
like
only.
taught like the
So,
so then no one
Yeah.
is here. I don't know.
then you would just
so you compare this to 2, 3,
not
2/3, 2/3, and
I can notice it now. Yeah, your phone
yeah,
now.
the power makes sense.
like this.
So you would compare it to 2/3, so it
2 over 3.
Oh, go together?
And that this is bigger, which is kind of weird, but I guess it makes sense.
oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the height.
Yeah.
But
Is it
we,
greater than?
not they senior superlative, stay below.
Yeah. That's why it seems weird, but yeah, it is.
You're like half my all this magic stuff.
Okay, so we do.
Cause I asked for every single like, thing.
Yeah,
They just didn't know. Build it up.
Were you paying for all the other ones?
Bro, we were doing
Why
it.
does the senior shirt say star on the bottom?
Bro, it's
Look at the
so
back.
OD, bro.
Bro, we were all voting for you, bro.
For
And ENN, bro. In physics, we were
ENN.
fine.
wasn't Greenwell talking shit about me? Someone said
No. Wait.
someone.
Daniel's like, was he?
No, I think we were voting. We
I'm
voted.
so tired of teachers like talking shit about like, why do you have beef with a 17-year-old? Like, do drugs or something.
No,
Don't
Mr.
take out your
Mr.
frustration.
Davis still has beef with Devon because he wouldn't do sign on him. Like,
Yeah.
he said he hates him. Like, what are you talking about? Like, maybe I. No, it's.
Dude, it was knocking us.
Actually, so.
It was crazy.
Miss Olsen said something about you too.
I'm so tired of this. Bro, if I was Mr. Olsen, Miss Olsen, and Mr. Davidson kid, I'd kill myself and put my suicide
No,
note.
this is so real. This is so real. Not gonna lie. Like, whenever I sit in Mr. Davidson's room, like, how does he keep up with Miss Olsen? Like, it's like completely different. They're kind of like,
What is she like?
she's kind of, I feel like she's so much more overbearing than he is.
It's like opposite. Mr. Davidson's more direct, so you can like see how like how much of a bitch she is, but like Miss Olsen, she's like more like.
You got
No,
it. No, she mentioned you because I was like, I was gonna ask if I could give her class for him.
Oh my god.
No, he's not coming back. I asked if I could cut through because I'm in math now and I go
PC.
and then she was like, no, because last year like she didn't make her fall.
Dude, she so like OD, bro. Like I can't.
And you have it right now?
Yeah, upper right now. It's so okay, right? Like that. What?
I don't know though. Well, yeah, we've only known her while she's been pregnant. She's been pregnant for the past 2 years.
Davidson can't plug. He's a fucking just eat. Maybe if you stop like thinking about those people.
Because I have to think about like how many years we've been together. It's probably because Davidson just goes through the
No.
and then they have 2 jobs. Like, how do you get any YouTuber?
I don't know why I didn't. I think you're done. Honestly,
Exactly. So like, I don't understand how they
but I didn't work. No, this one makes sense though. Like so this one's bigger, okay? And
your wife like just
but you don't know that she's a realtor. The other one,
yeah.
like IRL, like real life. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So like, it's so bad. Like this my mom, and this is bigger than this. Then they have home. Yeah. But you know what you're saying? It's like no, you don't deserve it. No, serious. This is what happened. My mom's like, no, my mom's like, no, just like. And this one diverges, okay? They know it's just like you just don't want to go to this one.
No, but that's like so like there were actually people that they were based off of. That's so like
First,
mind
they've been coming here. The cattleman.
Oh yeah, because in the show like Jack was like in one of the houses.
So the cattleman is actually is that one night and the thing. We want to be there. Okay. Like he will invite us. So he will never treat us.
Oh,
like,
this one is
no, he will treat like he will not like take you out for dinner, but he'll only take you out for dinner.
Like we actually also in Jacksonville.
He owns the cattleman.
Do they make a lot of money off of it?
No, his son makes a lot of it. So his son, right about his mom. I used to hang out with him.
Any of them go to Harvard? Any of the kids go to Harvard?
They go to Ivy League, but I don't know Harvard. I think one of them goes to
I love this show.
No, I used to watch it like I remember you talking about it. It's like it's not real though.
they can be like
Bro, Eddie Huang just like me, bro. Me and Eddie Huang were like this. If I knew Eddie Huang, like the show version, not the asshole that you're talking about. If I knew Eddie Huang, bro, we'd be like, yeah, the whole
Okay, so yeah, the Scotch behave kind of but he's more snobby.
This one's bigger. This one's
This could be like malleable.
And exactly. Also, like
I'm
infinity over
not
chance.
And they're like they're out like this is their house. Like they have a flat. It's nice to be rich. Like outside the house. Inside the house is
Yeah.
flat. And my mom went up there. It's like and already. Oh, Louis. Louis is cheating.
So if I tell you that, that's an order.
I'm so confused.
Dude, fresh off the boat.
Yeah. Like they're not. I didn't think they're actually.
No, he told us about them. Like he grew up with those guys. Like, dude, that's so.
Yeah, but I know they're actually.
His son, 80.
So what is that?
His son is right.
So you're not the real origin of those people. Oh, okay.
Not the act.
Oh.
Louis, Eddie, three brothers that they have.
Problem is if you have
Jessica,
if you have vibrant here,
I don't think I know about grandma, but
Oh, 80.
you can't tell. It could be vibrant.
we know that.
Or it could be left vibrant.
Oh, based on the.
That's my dad's
Wait,
best friend.
this is less than,
Yeah.
wait, no.
Cause the thing is, we just don't.
And I'm like, Dad, why be
Wait,
afraid
wait,
of
wait, this is.
this app?
You're not
I'm
the
sure, I'm sure he's not
If it's
really
less
app,
than
more
that.
like Jessica's app.
But
A real person, Louis was app, Jessica's app.
I can see that.
But what would make this better as well?
It does, it does. She'll argue with you for like,
If there's anything less than.
she's like, you'll get better. She will like,
Dude,
Yeah, cause because it'd be like 10 or 15.
I don't know.
You don't know which one.
I'm good, so
you guys, that's it.
Like before we did all.
yeah, I've been well, I got accepted to Penn State, UNM.
Yes,
It was this one is offered if any 50th best finance program in the world. So that was like one of the options, but it's too expensive.
Cause it's
Probably not. Yeah.
But you're gonna have to make a
Yeah. I got accepted there. I got accepted to UNM, UCM, and then I applied to UM and then FSU. FSU I applied late. I didn't want to go. Yeah, I heard that too, but I applied for the summer semester. I'm like rolling in. And then the main one I want to go to is UM because it's like more affordable and it's like really competitive. Also, I want to okay.
Oh, then you're gonna feel it.
Yeah, that and also the thing is with FSU, if I go to FSU, I'm gonna be on like day three. Like it's gonna be bad. It's a backup in case I don't get a UM.
They realize that's crazy.
You already get it?
No, I applied for rolling admission. So like I applied like
It
a
didn't
whole
come
week.
from
I don't know.
the president realized
That's you.
that he needed no
Everybody else.
like the so he
Regular admission already came out.
no.
I didn't. But I applied for rolling, so it should come out like this year.
I'm just so worried about the
Like Nathan, Nathan Watch, Kyle. Dude, you know Kyle Vinci?
like
So you know Kyle Vinci? His dad donated to FSU like $50K every year since he was a grad student, and he still didn't get it. He got it. That's like. What up, gang? Gotta go take. Kill yourself.
Yeah.
What's going on?
You me?
Every morning, every day.
You message like my parents do.
What?
You message like my parents do.
I message your parents?
No, you message like my parents do.
Oh, ignore the certain words?
So then, like, when I have to message them back, I have to like simplify my messages so they understand. You know, like I can't use like can't. I gotta use cannot. You know.
It's like a fob thing. It's like a fob thing.
Cause like one time I used an acronym and I was like, oh shoot, they're not gonna understand that, so then I have to type it out again.
No, I understand the acronym.
Yo, mom, when you
Well, yeah, cause you try to be Gen Z.
yo, when you text my mom, she started
Cool.
laughing.
Hey,
Every time you text my mom, she started laughing because she's like, you sure he doesn't know how to write? She's like, what does this say? It's funny.
Yeah, what's that like black? I think it's 30 scanner.
Huh? It's a camera.
Yo,
You
it
wanna
was,
see it?
it was staring right at me yesterday, and I was like, what the heck is that?
Oh.
Say hi, Matthew.
Why are you waving to the screen? The camera's over there.
Huh?
She waved to the screen. The camera's there.
Alright, you know what? Not right now. I'm not in a good state of mind. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, she waved to there?
Yeah, she waved there.
Please let me have a stupid moment.
I did the last section.
I do stupid things all the time.
Why are you stepping on my shoe shell? Loki, limited protection. Limited protection is the best.
Yeah.
Lemon comparison is better than
Half of the time it's just T series for like the beer pen. So it's easy to find manual. This is the buy. Wait.
Okay. Let me just get so for this question. Where it's just I'm just trying to like get down to it. It's greater than 1 centimeter. Right? This converges, okay? So that means that the whole thing converges.
yeah, but do you know why?
Is it the P series just an actual greater than 1 centimeter?
Yeah, but yeah, but you have to write it out.
But then why? What do you have to use limit comparison test then?
Lemon comparison test is something more complex. That where
Okay, so let me like find one.
What is that? Oh, it's here. Oh, oh, I thought that was a speaker. Wait, when did you get this and why?
they give me for free. My friend gave me for free for their company.
Oh.
And I say I want one with 360, so it can actually record our paramount. But he said I can give you one for 180. I said okay, I'll take it.